Hello there. How's it going? I hope everybody's having a good evening or whatever time of day it is wherever you are. Oops, had the had the speaker on. Um, yeah. So how are you all doing today? I've got the two Seestars running already, but before I get to that, um, hello there, Red. Hi, New York Raider fan. How's the weather down here? It is hot, but at least it's clear tonight. And I see it's cool and overcast in upstate New York, but a warming trend on the way. Yeah, it's hot. It's although it's going to here it's going to be a cooling trend where it's only in the low 90s because it's going to be raining. So this might be my last chance for a few days for a live stream. And hello, Mark Young. How are you doing? Thanks for joining. And hi, Dave. Thanks for joining. There's a lot of New York Raider fan. I'm reading a lot of comments about the latest Seestar update, so I'm curious how you're making out with your Seestar. I haven't actually updated mine. That's somewhat deliberately because there were a couple of idiosyncrasies as far as the Seestar ALP software goes, and it they weren't like major showstoppers. It's not like it broke it, but there was some behavior related to autofocus or imaging and autofocus and the IR filter. Anyway, I think some of them might be actually bugs, but I didn't want to update and kind of impact things. And I might, going forward, I might only update one of them because I have two of them. And, but only after I hear if it's, you know, that it doesn't break the Seestar ALP software. Mostly because it's kind of like, at least with the native apps, you can't easily control more than one at the same time. And so it's kind of a important part of my workflow to be able to drive multiple telescopes at the same time. And so yeah, I might end up holding it back. I've debated actually getting a third Seestar and then having that one track the most current release. But for now, I'm only I'm kind of on the pre 2.0 firmware. Not the app was 2.0, but the firmware, I don't know what the firmware is. Hi, good evening, Wiley Site, and good evening, Dark Shades. Thanks for joining. So yeah, I was just kind of getting things going, and yeah, I updated the Seestar ALP software just before the live stream, and like 5 minutes ago, and I broke it, or it broke my local copy. I fixed it, so it should be running now. We can go look at it right here. This, I think, is it having problems? I think my switcher got heartburn there for a moment. There we go. All right. But yeah, I have the two telescopes up and running, and you can see the sky view there. But yeah, there was some issue. What I wanted to do first thing today, and I don't know. Since I got the live view working, and I showed it off last live stream, and I've made some further fixes to it since the last live stream, but so it's pretty robust, and it's been merged into the mainline. So if you want to try it out for yourself, I would be careful and not rely on it if you have a evening's observations planned out. Like if it's on a night where maybe the conditions aren't as good, I would try it out then. But it's basically, if you run the latest code, you have to go into the configuration file and add this experimental true. Otherwise, you won't see the menu option. But it's out there now. But like I say, it's flagged as, it's off by default, and it's flagged experimental for a reason. And one of the reasons you can kind of see right now, it just keeps going, loading. Basically, if the web interface kind of loses its connection to the back end, it will, when it reconnects, it sends this loading frame, which is kind of annoying. That's one of the things I want to fix before it gets unflagged for everybody. Basically, I just want to have it send the last image it had taken. Now, both of these are in continuous exposure mode, and let me see. And the bright star you see is Vega. So that was the first target. I went ahead and did the 3-point alignment on. If you've seen previous live streams, I've been tweaking the logging in the public copy, but also my local copy, so it shouldn't be quite as verbose. Let's see this disconnected. It means the front end disconnected from the back end. But it takes me forever to get the telescope and Raspberry Pi connected to get Seestar Alp going. Now, yeah. Are you running it in, what do you call it? Are you running it in station mode, the Seestar, or are you running it in just connecting directly to the Seestar as a hotspot? Like, both should work, but I'm just curious, because if you have it if you're connected directly to the Seestar and the Raspberry Pi is close by, it should work pretty well. But if it's, well, I say that, but then there's a lot of it has to do with your Wi-Fi, your network, and how solid your connection is. Like for mine, it's kind of a little flaky because I have it in station mode, but as I've mentioned multiple times, it's kind of a bit far from the telescope. But I have, the first time I ran Seestar Alp, now I need the telescope connected to my home Wi-Fi, and I can access it over my phone. But when I brought up Seestar Alp, it just connected without problems. Okay. Seestar. I guess the thing would be, make sure that you have the logs on, and make sure the logs are on to like standard out, or look at the .log files, and maybe if you're on the Discord server, share it there, because it shouldn't be too hard. But if there are some issues that we need to fix, like some situation that isn't necessarily specific to your network, but maybe not, that maybe we haven't run into before, we want to make this, I personally want to make it as easy to, as robust and straightforward to, and it should just work as much as possible. Are you not able to connect to the web interface at all, or I'm just curious, like where the failure is. Is it with the web interface? Is the failure with the Seestar Alp the back end talking to the Seestar? Is it just all broken? I guess that would kind of determine what happens next. But one thing I had wanted to do, and we'll see how well this works, because I haven't done this yet. I'm going to go into both of these, and I'm going to do something. Like I say, I'm going to try something I said I was going to try last time, and I'm going to try it. I'm going to try M16, and I'm going to do I want to do not declination panels. I want to do right ascension panels. I want to do 2 by 1, and I want to overlap 50%. And I think like this new mode, you go 1, 1. We'll see. I haven't actually tried this, so 1, 50%. I should have just kind of done it on 1, but I'm manually entering both of these. I think this is how it works. Is it RA and then DEC? So I am basically I want to do a mosaic, just a 2-panel mosaic, one with each telescope, using this new selected panel option that Wiley's site added. Or not, he added it, and Kai, who wrote Seestar Alp, he or the backend and started this whole project, he added the new functionality where you can specify which panel you want it to work on. By default, it'll try to do all of the panels, but and I'm going to do a full hour, but since it's only doing 1 panel of each, hopefully that will work as expected. So we have the same coordinates. We have a 2 right ascension, which is kind of the longitude, 1 declination panel, 2 by 1, 50% overlap, 1, 1, and 2, 1 is the selected panels. An hour total for the total mosaic, but because we're only doing half of it, it should only be half an hour. So we'll see if this works. So I submit it. Did I submit it? Oh. Did I do it the wrong way? Okay. Oh, this one went ahead and started running. And now with the new logging, it's a little less chatty. So there is some diagnostic information in here that I haven't completely shut off. These header messages are things that are coming from the live view mode, and that's another thing that I haven't changed. Where if you can start watching live view and then switch away from it, the Seestar continues to send the live view images to the back end, and I need to have it shut that off. Did I fix the issue? I thought Kai implemented a fix. Wiley site, because I pulled the latest code. Hello, Joe V. How's it going? Thanks for joining. I'm just trying a 1 by 2 mosaic of, or a 2 by 1 mosaic of, oh, I said there was an issue with live view. It just wouldn't work. It just failed. It threw an exception, but I fixed it on my local copy. I haven't committed it. So let's see if this, we're pushing it. We're pushing it. Oh yeah, no, I fixed it, but I haven't committed it, because I literally fixed it just as I was trying to start the live stream, and I realized my live view failed. And so I was like, that's kind of a problem. And so I kind of was going through the commit log to try to quickly see what was going on. Let me see. Oh, hey. Now it's interesting because it's doing the 3-point polar line, or three kind of the horizontal calibration. Oh, hey, we can already see something here. And of course, A telescope is already calibrated, B telescope not so much. So we'll see how this works. Yeah, fingers crossed. And yes, some live view updates. I was making some tweaks today and last night, and they're almost all of my changes are in main now. The only changes I have locally besides the fix is logging is a lot less chatty, so you can actually follow what it's doing. I need to decrease some of this, but yeah, so it's one thing. I hope it's that might be broken, but it's fine. Oh, hey, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I just can't put it down. But look, it did. So this is so here is, oh, it's still trying to, oh, and I didn't change the dither setting. Oh well. Wow. But see, it's failing on the frames. Yeah, I need to fix the loading thing. And one other thing that, yeah, they're backwards. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, let's see if this recovers. Oops. Failed to send update to device 2. Task queue. Let's see what it's doing. See, one of the problems I've run into that I want to fix before I unflag it from being experimental is when you start the stacking process, it stays in continuous exposure mode, and that hasn't been fixed. It's still trying to get continuous exposure. But what we can do, this will be a good test. I'm just going to go ahead and, because the image sizes here, these are live continuous exposure images, not the stack. So I'm going to kill this and make it very unhappy with me. And one thing that is actually kind of like, I want the recovery to be even better, but you can see when I restart it, it should, yeah, it just, the front end just automatically, because it's pinging the back end, it notices that the back end is back, and so it starts loading it. Okay, it got a good image on A. It just hasn't sent it. There we go. Boom. Okay, so that's the stack on A. Now, what is going on with B? Is B even connected? Let's see. I'm just looking back through the logs of what's going on. That's another thing I've wanted to do, is add kind of a screen where it'll show you the internal state of the back end. I don't see any log entries from this telescope. So let's see. Okay. I just hit a reload, and then that kind of kicked it. even though I didn't have to do that with the other one. Um, yeah, it's come a long way fairly quickly. Yeah, there's an issue, Jovi. There's an issue with the current committed main. I need to commit a fix. It's not a logic fix. It's like an import. It's like a syntax fix. Nice. So you're running the latest code. Yeah, it must have been just before that update went out. But and that's great. You're seeing the current stack. That's awesome. Okay, so let me move this so I can move this left. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm a little this is the first time I've actually had a mosaic. I think I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm I've been looking at this code way too long, I think, and so it's very satisfying that it actually is that it's actually working like I had hoped. Um, yeah, can get M16 data tomorrow. Yeah, I mean it's clear here, but tomorrow night it's not going to be clear, and then I've got rain, good chance of rain for a few days. So really, I was hoping like this was like my number one goal was to do a mosaic 2 panels because that was a question someone had asked is if you could have one mosaic being worked on by 2 different Seestars. And because the scheduler is only on one, or each telescope has its own scheduler, so you can't schedule a mosaic across Seestars. But what I did here is I put the same schedule on both and then told one that do this panel first, the 1-1 panel, and the other one I said to do the 2-1 panel. And so I basically forced each one to only work on one panel of the 2-panel mosaic. And it's actually, I'm very happy that it's actually working. This part I need to address, the disconnect going to the log loading screen. But yes, thank you. Thanks, Dave. It was yeah, there's still things that need to be done, like I say, because like this loading thing is kind of annoying, but otherwise, so you can see what happened here. It says error, failed to say send, and so like it disconnected from and it's the image receiving thread that disconnected. So there's several things going on here. There's the web server, there's the Seestar Alp API, the kind of that sends all the commands, most all of the commands. Well, before it was the only thing that would send commands to the Seestar. And then there's this imaging API that works with the main API, and it'll send imaging commands to the Seestar to, for example, get the stacks back, since that comes down as like binary data. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess that would be something somebody could add. Hint, hint, Jovi. But yeah, because like I hand entered it into 2 different Seestars. But yeah, actually, I mean, because we could do that in the front end, actually, where you could, I'm not sure how we'd do it, but you could basically enter mosaic and say, distribute this across the Seestars, and it could create the same schedule on both. And then like basically it could calculate like maybe every other panel would go to one or the other. Yeah. Yeah. Beware of what you suggest. That would be a great feature for someone to add. But that's yeah, it yeah runs away. Yeah, Yeah, it's fine. Um, somebody actually, maybe I'll do that. Let me. I'll create an issue right now, and I'll assign it to Jovi. Just kidding. Um, uh, web interface to distribute. I'm distribute mosaic panels across multiple Seestars. Since it is now possible to specify panels in a given schedule, in a given schedule, yeah, in a given mosaic, we could create a web interface that takes a single schedule, a single mosaic, and divides it up across multiple Seestars. I mean, there's a lot of complexity with that, but at least I'll put that down for someone to consider. But yeah, the timestamp, you can see that it's both of them are updating, and that time, it's like the current time, so more or less. So that seems to be all working. Oh, and the other thing, and I think I've mentioned this before, and I certainly mentioned it last time. The stack that comes back from the Seestar is the Graxpert, the code from Graxpert. I lifted to it's okay because it's under the same license that the Seestar Alp software is, but it's basically doing a Graxpert stretch on the on the data. So before I had a stretch and it had like on the continuous view it had a weird green tint, but the Graxpert stretch has really helped things a lot. Yeah, VLA New Mexico. He has 3 Seestars in an array, and yeah, he would. I'm sure he would love to be able to do that, a distributed mosaic. But we can. I've done all this, and I haven't brought up the Seestar app once. So let me bring that up. And of course, I brought it up and it caused this one to lose its connection. Mostly I wanted to do it to see the, yeah, there's merits to having all 3 work on a full mosaic. More data is more data. It might not be you. It's quite possible. I should probably force an autofocus before I do anything else tonight. Oh, hey. So you can see, oh, I flipped them. I forgot I flipped them. Once this reloads, you'll see what the 2 look like next to each other. I'll probably run a autofocus on both of them. Yeah, more time on your 6-panel mosaics. Yeah, see, and this would be an excuse, definitely an excuse for you to get another one, so you could gather data twice as fast. Okay. So yeah, so you can see the Graxpert stretch. I mean, it's got more noise, but you can definitely see a lot more detail. It's a lot brighter. It's a reasonable stretch. So that's why I implemented it. I did start trying to work on gradient removal, but I promised on a Discord server that I wouldn't try to implement gradient removal like in the live view until I had actually pushed the code out. And now with some of these bugs, I want to fix some of these kind of disconnect and loading screen kind of quirks before I do the gradient. Although I did put the code, I have the code locally that I just haven't checked in yet. I'm going to quit this one because I think it's not helping my fragile Wi-Fi to have 2 different live views. Well, 3 live views against 2 telescopes. It probably doesn't help. Yeah, new Seestar dedicated astro camera, or both. Why not both? YOLO, you know. Yeah, scope creep alert. Yeah, so I committed. I did what I said I was going to do. I merged the code before I went and looked at the gradient removal, but yeah. So let's see. So B is the one that's having that disconnected. Okay, it should update shortly because I'm seeing in the logs that it got the header, which is basically the message. This is the message it got. It gets back from the Seestar saying you're about to receive something this size, this many bytes, and then that's what's holding the live view. So let's see. Yeah, that loading thing is gonna annoy me, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to fix it tonight. No live coding tonight. I don't think. We'll see. Depends on how much it annoys me. But yeah. Let's see. Again, so on the Stephen needs to update his network, or Erwan needs to update his network. I actually did start punching down some network cables in the house yesterday, or this afternoon, but then I realized I didn't have an Ethernet cable that was the right length. So it's going to show up on Monday, and since it might be raining for a few days, I'll have a few days maybe to finally work on the network. So we can hope spring's eternal, you know. Yeah, as only one scope. No, I mean, it wasn't a noob thing. It was more of a I mean, I've said this story before. I pre-ordered them from 2 different places, and I didn't they both shipped at the same time, so I wasn't able to cancel. Gonna have a drink. This loading thing may actually get on may actually end up frustrating me. I mean, I might just disable the loading. Yeah, I might disable it after this is run for a bit. But yeah, I'm no, because I'm doing an alt azimuth mosaic. Let me just trying to magnify it to see how it lines up. But yeah, I mean, you can see this should be cool. I need to do more time on this now. Now that I've started this, I'm gonna have to do more time than half an hour on this, because I think this could be cool because you get a lot more of the eagle. Yeah, and the pillars of creation, those definitely. Oh, I swear I just saw this one brighten. Okay. And the other thing, so the Seestar, you know, in the app itself, it'll just pop up the fail that you had a frame failed, but it actually is sending back to the app. The telescope is sending back to the app a counter of how many successful frames and how many failed frames there have been, and so I just put it here so you can see, you can just watch the counts go up. And it was crazy. I was imaging something last night as part of testing this, and I don't run an EQ mode currently, but I had like 6 dropped frames out of over an hour. It was kind of unusual. Tomorrow, tonight, and tomorrow. See, whatever is probably affecting you is affecting us too. And actually, tonight is the last night, so tomorrow night is going to be cloudy here. It'll be clear during the day, and then clouds roll in the afternoon, supposedly. Yeah, week of clouds, bad nights. You've only seen a few loading pages. Yeah, I mean, so that's cool. I'm glad you're testing that out, Dark Shades. The I mean, the loading is probably more a symptom of my bad network. So in a way, it's good that my network is so pathologically bad, because then I can address this issue and then no one should see it. Like if I'm seeing it and I can fix it for me, it should fix it for just about everybody then. And yeah, I like the frame counts too. Like it was one of those things I was working on it. I'm like, it's right there. I need to add it. The other thing that's in that payload, it actually also sends back the annotations, and it sends back the annotations. And I was thinking, it's a fairly easy to parse format, and I actually implemented on my website, like kind of it basically can handle an annotation format similar to what the Seestar is sending, where it basically says, okay, this is the name of the object. It's in this kind of X and Y position, and it's this big in diameter. And so it's relatively simple to just kind of draw the circle at that offset. And I wrote that code in JavaScript already for myself. And so that's actually something I plan on doing next, is take those annotations that come down as you're exposing it and then add the ability to kind of pop over an overlay. Like this is from my website, but you can see how a good example of one where it kind of has a bunch of targets, like this one. You can see now the Seestar may not send all of these targets, but it might. So yeah, so that'll be another thing, another feature. It's not going to hold me back from, I want to fix the bugs first before I add that new feature, but yeah, clear over. Yeah, that would be nice. But if it's not, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm testing it in extreme network conditions. Yeah, I mean, it's like I say, it's good in the sense that I should be able to make it robust for everybody then. But yeah, it is, like I say, after I let this run for a little bit longer, I'm going to stop and restart the program. I'm going to disable the loading frames. So hopefully that'll make it better. I have a better solution in mind for it, but in the short term, I'm just going to get rid of the loading frame. Actually, let me look at the code. we can while I'm waiting for that. Let me see. It's it is, what was it? Self.raw image. Okay, when I stop it, I set it to none. But do I ever set it to none any other time? Oh, I set it to none when there's a buffer exception. I'm just going to try this real simple or real quick, and then depending on how it so if self.raw image is none, yeah, That was right. AI autocomplete. Okay. So next time it runs, or once it's done, I'm going to stop and restart it, and maybe that'll make the loading a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the annotation would, if you're talking about the annotation, that's I'm not gonna live code. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no, it's fair. I said I'm not gonna live code, and then 5 minutes later, I'm live coding. Oh well. Anyway, yep. So it's fine. I wonder, like, what the if there's a what do you call it, like what the audience would be for astronomy and live coding in one stream, in one channel. I'm not sure. That might be a bit too niche. Um, which is one reason why I don't make a point of doing that. But maybe I'll do that as an exclusive members only stream. We'll see. Um, but yeah, this is working nicely. And as you can see, the skies are quite nice, nicely dark here for me. My Bortle 9 terrible skies. But yeah, let me resize this. Try to get it a little bit more balanced. But yeah, it's at least it's working. It is working. Yeehaw. Thank goodness. But yeah, if you haven't liked this video, feel free to like it, as I'm kind of navigating this new software, new code. Let's see. Where are we on this? Now I had it doing, let me see. I have it doing, oh, did I restart this? And so it lost the schedule. So it's just going to keep running until I stop it. That's okay. That is okay. Oh yeah, see, look at that. It didn't do the live view. Oh no. Why didn't it do the live view? I didn't restart it again. It's thinking. Now I had originally scheduled it for to run for half an hour, I think. Astrospheric shows all white squares. That's what it looks like for me tomorrow night. So that's always kind of rough. Let me start up Stellarium. Okay. I've still got a bit of time before the eagle goes behind this building. Is light pollution causing the drop frames, or is that normal? I think it's just hit or miss on the conditions. I think it's also kind of breezy here tonight, so I think that might be contributing to it. I don't think it's necessarily the light pollution. Sometimes it's just kind of play in the mount where and that's why I needed to change the dithering interval, because that seems to help, because it's moving the telescope less for dithering, so that seems to increase my success rate. So I need to do that before I kick off the next one. So we're up to we're up to like 20 minutes. So I'll let it run for a few more minutes. I mean, that is the nice thing about having the dropped frames. I can more easily tell how long it's been running in total. There is actually another field that yeah, speaking of, I'm not going to live code. Let me live code. If I go to the template, I think I actually had it in the template. Um, I wrote some JavaScript that it sends events, the backend sends events saying the image has, anyway, it does some stuff based on that. But what was I gonna look at? Oh no, it wasn't this. It wasn't this one. It was live status. Target name. Yeah, this one. Let's do this. And actually, let me see if this even works. I'm not sure if this will work. Yeah, so let me, oops. So you can see it has the elapsed time, which includes the success and failures. I wanted to just show the elapsed successful time, but there is actually a counter it's sending back of like how long it's been working, which adding these up, like maybe that includes the dithering. Oh yeah. Satellites passing through. Yeah, and plus I'm on like the approach path for a major airport, and so I'll have planes going through. Sometimes it's the odd cloud, which isn't an issue tonight, but that causes failures. Yeah. Well, I actually the back end is actually sending it is actually creating it, or the back end is actually pulling it. I just commented it out of the template and I just uncommented just now. So I think I want to have a better description here, like maybe cumulative lapse time or something, just to like signify that this is how long it's been working in total. Yeah, it's okay. Let's see. We have 2 votes for elapsed time. I think I just need to make it a different title. What do you think? Yeah, same landing pattern for DFW. Yeah. What do we want to call the? What should we put the? Oops. What should we put the name of the label for this? Naming things is hard, but I have it as elapsed. But what should I have it like? Cumulative elapsed? Cumulative elapsed? What would be a good name for that? It is kind of cool since it isn't in development mode, but because this web page is actually making a request every 5 seconds to refresh this kind of this part of the screen, which is why it just went idle, which is false. It's just there was a glitch on the back end. That's why I was able to edit this file and then it gets reflected. Total elapsed time. So hi Tech Gamer. I don't think I've seen you on messaging this evening yet. So welcome. If I hadn't said it, if I haven't said welcome yet. Yeah. Several of us have airport approach problems. So total. Yeah. Oh no worries. It was more about like I didn't see you say, and like I was just recognizing that it was I think the first time I saw you this evening. So thanks for joining. Yeah, so maybe I'll just go with that. And like you saw, I like the back end doesn't need to change. It's already in the back end. I just need to commit this change on the front end, and we'll get the total elapsed time. I think I might want to stop this soon, but let me have a sip here. since I had stopped and restarted the the Seestar Alp software while it had a schedule running, the schedule's only in memory, so that's why it's not actually going to stop imaging. It's in recording mode. I mean, eventually it'll stop when it starts having a lot of failures when the target goes behind the a building. But how cool is that? If I do say so myself, I'm very happy that this is what I had in my mind uh, the other night when I said I wanted to do M16 and a mosaic using the two telescopes, and I was able to do that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's you did miss a few changes. The big one obviously, well, from my point of view, the big one is the live view, and it works I mean, it's experimental and it's feature flagged, but it has uh it has uh a lot of functionality. Um, um, it has hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm just sorry, trying to looking for something here. Hold on. Getting a little hold on, you can all right. Yeah. So, are you live stacking or just grabbing the JPEG? I am not live stacking myself. I am grabbing the raw image that the Seestar actually feeds the app, and so I'm grabbing the raw image and rendering it. And before I send it to the app or before I send it to the web interface, I'm actually applying a Graxpert uh, stretch to it because it is a raw file and it's completely, yeah, dark otherwise. Um, yeah, yeah, less noise on the left. Yeah, I was kind of noticing that too. Although theoretically, they're similar on failure rates, but yeah, there's no telling. I mean, they are definitely different, the two telescopes. But this would be an interesting thing for me to do more. Kind of yeah, it's yeah. Thanks. It's so this was one of the main big features, but there's been some other stuff added too. One that's just recently been added. If you're doing mosaics, you can actually specify which panels to image. So if you have some failures and you rerun it on another night, you can specify which panels to run, um, to rerun. And that's basically what I did here. I defined a 2x1 mosaic and I just said one of them work on one panel, the other should work on the other panel. I mean, that way it effectively, yeah. So that's it. So going back to kind of the difference between the two, I need to do this some more, like do some more mosaics and do them this way where it's kind of doing adjacent panels and then kind of see how the two telescopes compare. Because like they definitely both have different focus points and they were both purchased around this. I mean, they were purchased at the same time. They were probably part of the same batch. Um, but, but I don't know. Yeah, did I go live with this? Yes, I merged the code in, but it's feature flagged, Seiko. It's feature flagged. So you have to go into the config file, uh, but then yeah, it's just say you just have to say what was it? You just have to go specify under web UI settings experimental equals true, and with the latest code, although there is a bug, so if you update right now, it probably will break, and I will commit it probably after the video, but then live view will work. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And this was exactly because a lot of people have been using the mosaic functionality recently. It's that yeah, people were having issues. I know Wiley's site had some issues. There was a lot of discussion on the Discord server where yeah, people were they'd done it. You do a 3x3 or a 4x4 mosaic, and like two of the panels fail, out of 16. And so then you have to figure out kind of the coordinates of it, and it's just kind of a hassle. Whereas if you could just define, just take your existing mosaic and then just say, do these two panels out of this same mosaic that I defined before, then that's a lot easier because the software is doing the calculation for you, and that's basically what was added. So yeah, it definitely will be I think very helpful for a lot of people. But yeah, this one seems crisper. I think I need to I'm going to do an autofocus on both of them. Actually, let me go look at the stats on this one, see where the focus is, because they both have like different focus points. Of course, it does this sometimes when it times out talking to the back to the Seestar. Yeah, see, look, one's 1517 and this one's 1734, which is usually around where it is, but I need to run an auto stack on autofocus on both of them. This one's getting low on storage. Oops. Oopsie. Let me go back to live view. So things I need to do before I start imaging anything else. I need to restart the app. I need to set the dither, increase the dither, and I also need to force an autofocus. Maybe I'll do that sooner rather than, well, no, I'll leave it for now. Or I mean, I'm not going to leave the autofocus, but I'll yeah, I'm just looking at this a little more closely. I'm just trying to look at like the small stars to see. I mean, this one definitely seems fuzzier, but I'm just trying to see like specifically where it's fuzzier. Yeah, like the stars just seem crisper in this one. Yeah, dither is my brain's not functioning. It moves the telescope a little bit. Let me come up with the proper. Yeah. So it'll basically kind of move the telescope just a little bit and then go back to where it was. So then it's not like exactly at the same point. So like it'll be shifted a little bit. And so like it says hot pixels and other kind of artifacts kind of get averaged out, because if say like there's a hot pixel by like at a certain point relative to a star, if you kind of move the scope and it moves back and it doesn't move back to, it's not precise, so it doesn't move back to the exact same point, even if it's just shifted a few pixels over, that the star will be like, it'll be aligned, like the software will align the star correctly, but then the hot pixel will be kind of shifted, and so it'll kind of average out over time. And yeah, So it helps. But the default is to do it every uh, 5 images, I think, which is pretty frequent. It's like once a minute. So um, one of the things I do is increase it to like 15, so it goes over 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. Um, for the dither setting, I mean, I personally set it to 15. Um, I think I'm gonna stop this once it reloads because it's run longer than I expected, and um, this one's dropping more frames. But I don't think that's the difference in the, like, I don't know that that's enough difference, but to make the noise difference. I'm gonna do another screenshot just because for posterity. Um, just bear with me, and then I'll stop this and we'll move on to something else. Yeah, I mean, like this, the telescope isn't. Yeah, especially if you have it in alt azimuth mode, like you have field rotation, and so a hot pixel would be moving relative to like the stars, because the final image is like the stars are fixed, but the field of view is kind of shifting, and so hot pixels would shift, and plus the mount isn't like super accurate, so um and it's alt azimuth, so yeah, I mean that's a good point that maybe dithering isn't really necessary. I still dither, but I like increase it a lot. So um yeah, so I think we can stop this. We'll stop both of these. So what I'm going to do is go none, and then that the one kind of flaw, one of the flaws with the current implementation is it doesn't, uh, unlike the app where when you go and you're looking at stars and it's in that kind of preview mode, you can click a button and it'll start stacking. That doesn't exist yet. Um, so, but it will. It will. Did I not stop it? I thought I stopped it. Oh, yeah. No. Let me see. Okay. I stopped. I stopped both of them. Cool. All right. So I'm going to take a sip of soda. This is brought to you by HEB root beer. Which, if you don't live in Texas, you may or may not know what HEB is, but it's a very large grocery store chain, regional. Yeah, the hot pixel stays in the same place by moving the image the stars move, so it could cover up. Be the easy way to say it. Yeah. Root beer is awesome. I have fond memories as a kid drinking root beer back in the day, and kind of hadn't drank it much for quite a few years, but recently I've been drinking a lot of root beer. Okay. So what do we want to do? What I want to do is I'm going to point it at, yeah, the Eagle Nebula was about to go out of view anyway. So what I want to do is find a relatively, is Vega too high? Where is Vega? Did I miss Vega? Oh, it's already up there. Wait. It's kind of high. No, I'm not going to do Vega. Let's find something worth imaging. And basically, what I need to do is something with some star, like a bright star. Well, I don't need to, but I was thinking I could point it at some target that beer is better. beer is, yeah, it's certainly not, if it's something you drink, it's certainly not terrible. Actually, let me see. Um, I'm just gonna Little Gem, Barnard's Galaxy. How bright is this star? I want to find a relatively bright star to just find. Actually, you know what I need to do? Maybe I'll find an open cluster. I can actually, let me try M11. So I'm going to go to M11. I'm going to force an autofocus. I'll do it in the same operation. So let's go schedule. It's the menu is weird because I've got it's kind of in because it's too compressed on the screen. So let me go schedule. Let me go. Actually, before I do that, let me restart the app. Okay, restarted. And it blacked out above 85 degrees. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It'll just complain. The Seestar will just complain. So, but I guess I could do it in Stellarium. So let me go back to M11. We'll do image M11. And I will do it for a short period of time. I always do like 240 seconds. Use autofocus. And yep. And then do the same thing here. Look it up. 240. Use autofocus. Submit. Okay. They look the same. Great. Start it. Start it. And what I should do is, like, one of the things I've wanted to do is make the logs more visible in the front end. But most of the logs are too chatty by default. Well, they're either too much or too little. And so I've been tweaking it, trying to come up with kind of a better or logging that is useful but not too chatty. And I think this is yeah, I'd like to get it to a certain level and then have it whereas there's something where you can pull it up inside the web interface so you don't have to go look at the logs, especially if it's a remote, like if you're running it on a Raspberry Pi. Okay. Autofocus completed. Great. That was B. And now A is still, which is interesting. Well, actually, yeah, B was the one. Actually, let me see what this looks like. Let me see the stats. So one of them was like 15, 17. So this shifted a little bit. And this didn't move much at all. That is so weird. Because I thought that was like around that level. Yeah, events and errors. Yeah, at the very least, errors, and I mean that's kind of what I'm doing here, where like the plate solving succeeded, autofocus, working, autofocus complete. Some of these I would drop, but basically I've been trying to tweak it to kind of distill the most potentially useful ones. Yeah, this device online. I thought I'd commented out all of those, but there's obviously still some. I can live code it. Let's see. Device is online. Yep, there it is. Okay, there. Now it will be gone next time. All right, it is stacking. I need to include the stats on this screen too. So let's go to live view. It has, 6 already. And it only was going to stack for like, no, I did 240 seconds, so that was 4 minutes. So it'll go for 4 minutes. I mean, it's a little different, and plus, you know, if you're familiar with code, it's interesting. If you're not familiar with code, I try not to dwell on it so long, so you can kind of see what is kind of behind the curtain here on all this. So it's yeah, I'm not gonna do it too much, but it has been helpful because, you know, I write this I wrote a lot of this during the day, and I was able to test the streaming modes like scenery mode, you know, sun mode during the day, but the star mode, obviously I have to test at night. And, you know, like it's a balance. Do I do a live stream and not improve it, or do I improve it and not have a live stream, or do I try to, you know, test it and then try to fix easy things? And so that's what I've been trying to do, where basically I find issues and then try to fix the easy ones during a live stream. Okay, now this other one is taking a little longer. I thought I got rid of the loading. Oh, because it hadn't loaded the first image, so it's still trying to load the first one. And yet this one is further ahead. But these are flipped again. So this is the B telescope, which is interesting. But that was the one that its autofocus succeeded first. So let's see. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Okay, so B got the message. A. So this one is updating. Oh, and it finished. See, it said scheduler stopped on the right one. And you can see they both dropped out of scheduler mode, so they're both now back on continuous. Now it's interesting because it's still showing the last the final stack. So yeah, that looks good. They look about similar. Like I see kind of a dark bit here. Oh, that's nice. That's interesting. It automatically switched into the live view mode, but it doesn't always do it the other direction. Interesting. Yeah, well, that's cool. That was I'm glad I got to see it come out of stack mode and go back to live continuous exposure mode. Like, how often are these updating? About every 15 seconds on my slow network. Let's see. 28, 43. Yeah, like about every 15 seconds it's updating. So that's not terrible. I mean, again, so it's doing it's updating 2 different ones every 15 seconds. So one would be every 7 seconds. And if you had a better network, it would probably be once a second or so. Great. Okay. So what now? So I did the autofocus, but actually I'm looking to compare if one looks different than the other. They look both about the same now, but we'll see when I start. One thing I was trying to think if there was another target I could do where I could do another mosaic like this, and I think I just realized I could do maybe the Veil Nebula, the East Veil, but I need to see what the dimensions on that would look like. So now if I go the what do you call it? The mosaics are based on the not alt azimuth, but the equatorial grid. And where it is right now, it looks like they're aligned. So let me see. But that would be, it would actually be the other one I did on right ascension. This one I think is going to have to be on declination. Yes. So that's another, it's experimental. Yeah, there's definitely some issues with the selecting of the current mode that doesn't work consistently. And yeah. And it's some JavaScript that does that. And I'm not 100% sure. I haven't dug into it too deeply, but yeah, that's definitely an issue. Yeah. People that use it, it could be interesting kind of testing out stuff. And plus, if you give me suggestions and it's something easy like the elapsed time, like I use the fielded suggestions for the label name, so stuff like that, that's pretty nice. The live log as a select on the live view. Yeah, I'll have to think about where that goes, but let's see. I'm trying to, I think I want to do the mosaic, but I think it's got to be declination. I think. Whereas this was right ascension. This one, because of its position, like this is the North Celestial Pole, and so I think it's declination. Okay, so I will try to do that, and hopefully the coordinates aren't too off. So let's see, NGC 6992. I'm not necessarily going to do mosaics on every live stream, but I do, since I have this up and running, might as well. So schedule, and okay, so we're going to clear both of these, and we're going to go, what was it, 6992? 6992, 6. Okay. Thanks Tech Gamer for being here, and appreciate the thanks for the thanks. But yeah, and have a good evening. I had dumped it out of stacking mode and it would not resume until it went to the next target. But it did go. Okay. Yeah. The state transitions aren't 100%. Like, I'm reasonably happy with the state of it, but there's definitely some issues, which again is like if I there were enough issues that I've run across that that's why if I wouldn't have been running across those issues, I wouldn't have marked it experimental, because I didn't want people to pull the latest and wonder like what the heck is this. But I'm glad I'm like nobody has said anything where it was just like a catastrophic fail, so that's good. And some of these issues sound like, yeah, things that I kind of need to fix and or somebody needs to fix. Let me double check 6992. Okay. And we'll look this up. And we will do the same. Oh, no, my bad. I need to do it as a mosaic. See, there you go. Okay. And I'm going to do one right ascension panel, 2 declination panels, 50% overlap, 50%, and selected panel. So let me do that in a sec. 1, 2, 50%, and we'll see. We'll see how this works. I think that's right. And if not, I'll flip them back. So maybe I'll do 40 minutes per panel. So the total one will be, or maybe I'll do 540, 5400. We'll see how this goes. Okay, light pollution filter, not going to autofocus. These look, yeah, it's like the big things are done. It's just, and like there's like the switching into stacking mode, it isn't like completely bulletproof yet. And then, yeah, the buttons don't follow the state, but it was like I had a lot of things going on with all the stuff I was trying to do, and I was just trying to get it to a like Wiley Site mentioned, a minimum viable product and just kind of get it out there. But yeah, it was I was trying to balance and trying not to scope creep it. But let me see. Okay, so 1 1 1 2. It's a 1x2. 5400 seconds. 80 gain. Okay, so we will. Did I not hit submit? Yeah. Okay, submit, and then submit, and then start both of these, and then I'm not going to go to the imaging page until they're actually imaging. Everyone needs a scrum master. Bite your tongue. I'm not doing agile. Not doing agile. Not doing scrum. Not doing scrum. Not gonna do it. Yeah. No. Yeah, no. It's no. No. Yeah. Yeah, I start getting all twitchy when you make that suggestion. No, it's fine. But no, not gonna do it. Yeah. Yeah, that would, I mean, I am trying to have some what do you call it? Some what do you call it? Discipline by when people make suggestions, even like here or in Discord, you know, I try to immediately create an issue, you know, just so we can capture it. So, because it's a lot of, I mean, you know, like I've done a lot of this. Some of the things I've built were for my own purposes, and I don't use it the way other people use it, and for like other people's workflow. So the suggestions people come up with, like that's why I try to capture it immediately, because but that's about the extent of it. I'm not doing any kind of flow whatever. Okay, so it claims it's stacking. Let me go look at see what it's doing here. Darn it. I'm afraid the live view might not do what I want it to do, but yeah, see, the problem is because it was in live view mode, it's only pulling, it's not pulling the stacked image. It's pulling the live view image. So like I can tell it's not obvious. I mean, it's obvious because it's dark, but it's like I can tell based on like this information that's coming over, it's this 4 million bytes. That's the size of the live preview. And you know what? You know what? Oh, that's interesting. Since it's showing the live preview, you can see how it was moving. I wonder if that was dither. And I didn't change the dither. You know what? I think you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the schedule. Let's do this. So I'm going to export this. It's going to call it, what do you call it? Veil. Veil. And where did that export? Let me find that file. Date. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm just moving this to the right place. And what do I need to do? I'm going to stop both of these. Stop it. And I'm going to stop this. Schedule. Stop. Okay. Doing a full stop on it. And I'm going to clear both of these schedules. And then let me try to bring this. Let me load this in. But actually first, let me go go to the settings. And I wanted to increase the dither. And I changed the continuous exposure length to a second. It's normally half a second. Not sure if it makes much difference. Okay, everything else I leave alone here. Okay. Setting saved. Let me go to this one. And I'm going to change dither to 15 frames. Because the problem is this setting resets after every reboot. So we'll do that. And then, did it save it? Oh, it's thinking. Okay, it is saved. So now, let me load this up. Okay, what is it? There it is, Veil. Open. And go back to schedule. I'm just doing it because like the finder is like a mess. Okay, so we've got, I've loaded it up, so let's import it. Actually, darn it. No, I don't think I'll be able to import it. So let's go NGC 6992. I did it again. NGC 6992. Look it up. 1 panel, 2 panel, panel overlap. Wait. Actually, what I needed to do is stop and restart the back end so it forgets about the so it forgets, so it won't try to do the live preview. Why is this set to 5450? Select panels. This will be 1, 2, 5400 seconds. Use light pollution filter. Mosaic. And actually, the other thing I need to do is I always name these. So I go, so I know which mosaic this was from. So it's a 1x2, 1, 2, 50% overlap. This is 1, 2, and this will be 1, 1, and 5400 seconds. And use light pollution filter. Let me look at this real quick. 6992, 1x2, same coordinates, 1x2, 50%, 1, 1, and 1, 2, 5400 seconds. Okay, let's do this. Submit, submit, start, start. And if I go to stats, I'll wait for it to go to. Meanwhile, I got to go back to chat. Agile's my nightmare. Yeah. Yeah. Did I not? Shit. Shoot. Dang it. Stop. Thank you. I didn't check light pollution filter. Dadgummit. This is just not. I'm like trying to. Okay, let's try this again. From the top. One thing I haven't checked, Wiley site, when you save the a mosaic, or when you export it, schedule, does it save the new fields? I haven't checked, so I don't know. Okay. Let's see, 6992. Okay. Okay. It doesn't export those. Okay, that makes. Okay, I don't think so. Okay, so 1. Selected panels. Haven't tried it yet. I that's why I stopped, because, well, the importing wouldn't have done me any good, because yeah, I would have had to edit the file between imports. So use light pollution filter. Missed that. Okay, so let me. Okay, so I've got target NGC 6992. 1x2 is the name suffix that I add. 1, 2, 50%. This is a 1, 1. This is 1, 2. 5400 seconds for each, but it's doing half as much. Use light pollution filter. I hope I got that right. Yeah. And we will start, and then I'm going to go look at stats and stats. And I'm going to let it go until it starts auto stacking a bit. Because I don't want to go to the, I don't want to go to the preview screen until I don't want to go to the live view screen until it's actually already stacking. Now, theoretically, it should, yeah, it's starting to stack, but I'll let it go for a little bit. It still says LP false. Well, we'll see. We will see. Oh, okay. Another thing to look at. Okay, so this is A, this is B. It says plate solve succeeded, and plate solve succeeded. So let's let that go for a bit. Yeah, I need to put like the elapsed frames here if they're available, because then you can look at the stat screen and see where it is if you don't want to look at live view. So it's thinking. Theoretically, if it's in stack mode, it should be okay, even if there's not a stack available. But we'll see. I'm gonna just leave it a few more seconds, and then I will try to I'll leave it a few more seconds, and then I'll try to go to the live view. Okay, you didn't see a change in the CSV headers. Are you able to view the schedule? Yes, I should be able to view the schedule. Oh, it's off by 1. It's because my gain is 80, LP filter is true. Like it looks like it's over this one, but that's actually autofocus. Yeah. So that's okay. So it is it at least is, yeah. No, it's okay. It looked like it was false underneath, but that was actually the other field because the alignment, because it's so narrow. Yeah. Yeah, the smaller screen makes it look weird. That should be something we should fix at some point, somebody. Let me go ahead and try the live view. Let me just look at the logs and make sure there's nothing weird going on. Since I disabled so much, it's only doing. So let's see this. And yes, good. It's doing the right thing. It's actually pulling the stack. And this one's pulling the stack as well. So now it will show loading when it's first, if it hasn't pulled an image yet. So that's okay. Oh, and it's already up to 15 stacked frames and only 1 drop. Interesting. And remember, I set the dither to 15. Although I spoke too soon. This is up to 2. And now this is 2. Hey, there we go. There we go. Nice. So that is working. And the dimensions were right. I needed to do the mosaic and declination. So yeah, it's very satisfying that it's actually working. Like I say, I probably won't do mosaics like this every time. I was trying to find mosaics where, like a 1x2 mosaic, where things will kind of match up side by side. Because I was thinking, like, if I do a bigger mosaic, like Andromeda Galaxy or the North American Nebula, like it might not be clear what panels are, unless I happen to pick ones. Even then, I don't want to get into that. So I see this as more for certain targets being kind of cool I mean, where I'm doing it this way, where I'm live viewing it. But but I think going forward, I'll probably have like maybe a list of targets for both telescopes, and then or do yeah, or maybe do like a mosaic on one, which is what I had been doing. I was doing like a mosaic on Andromeda or on North American Nebula, and then I had the other one going through a variety of targets. But it was hard to like look at both of them. So now I'll be able to we'll be able to watch two different things going on at the same time, which is where I want it to be. So yeah, it's good when a plan comes together. Actually, I need to, speaking of a plan coming together, I forgot. I needed to look at Discord. I missed something. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah. So, how many frames is it up to? 27 and 3 failures, which isn't bad. I wonder if some of my issues are because of the dithering. Now, this one had less space on it. Let me see. How much space does this have? Yeah, 1.6 gig. I probably won't be able to do too much more with this one tonight. But actually, that would be another thing I should add to this screen, like have space, a space like how much space is left, so you can kind of see if you're running low. That happened to me a few nights ago, where I had copied a lot of data off, but I hadn't cleared off some of the stuff. And I was doing testing and actually ran out of space, and I didn't even realize it, because what it ended up doing, the telescope shut off the saving of frames, the individual subframes, and I had noticed that. I was like looking at the settings. I'm like, why is that off? And I went to turn it back on through the app, and it said there's not enough space to turn it back on. And I was like, oops. That is the 20% Graxpert. Was that a question or a comment? I think I may have changed it to 15%. Yeah, it's on the 15% Graxpert right now. 15% 3 sigma. So like that's one of the settings for those. Yeah, like it's this code, since I lifted it from Graxpert, it's literally these strings right here. And so I had 15% BG 3 sigma. At some point I was doing some tests with 20 BG 3 sigma, but I ended up going back to 15%. 15%. Yeah, and yeah, some way. Yeah, that's another thing. Another thing to be added. I mean that won't prevent it from becoming non-experimental, but that's definitely something it would be nice to add sooner rather than later, to be able to change this stretch, because some targets maybe you want to stretch more than others, but yeah, 15% is good. Yeah, and a slider would be incredibly fancy. But yeah, but it is. I mean, it is. I mean, given that it's already up to 420 frames. Oh, it's going faster than I realized. It's almost up to 10 minutes. But again, Bortle 10, Bortle 10. If there was a Bortle 10, that would probably be my backyard. I mean, look at these. Look at how lit up the telescopes are. Like, that's yeah, that's normal. That's I cannot wait for my Seestar to be delivered. Yeah. Yeah. It's well, yeah, if you're doing visual, it's I mean that's one thing I love about this because I've done a lot of visual astronomy over the years, and yeah, it's very satisfying. I keep using that word, but it's very satisfying that you can put it out in the backyard and so quickly get things that I couldn't even imagine doing when I was doing visual astronomy. Like I would have like even with at a reasonably like a Bortle 4 with like a giant, not a giant, but with a somebody else's Dobsonian, like I still wouldn't, yeah, you still wouldn't get anything like this. Um, I mean, you wouldn't see anything like this, and you have to do stuff like tricks with like averted vision and stuff. It's just, um, yeah, I find it very, yeah, an adjustable stretch would be nice for fainter targets. Yeah, and and like I said earlier, I do want to add gradient. Like if it's not too slow, which I think the non AI gradient removal in Graxpert, I think is fast enough, and so I was looking at lifting that code as well, and I think being able to have that on the fly because I was looking at something, I was imaging something the other night, and it had massive gradients. It was terrible, and so I think being able to remove that or at least kind of reduce it on the fly would be nice. I also did some experiments with noise reduction, but it made it a little too soft, and it didn't get rid of like the noise on the background like I'd hoped it would. So I was like, "What's?" That was kind of the main point. I actually did it on the on the on the veil, but I was kind of like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, but on the other hand, I mean, I spent so much time with like star charts and stuff doing visual astronomy. It's just it it's very challenging, especially if you're in a city where something like this you can, you can quickly get something and it's, in your backyard. Like and yeah. Yeah. Yeah, use yours for club star public night. Yeah, public star parties. Yeah, I mean it's great for that kind of stuff too. Um and it's also less, especially for I mean cuz I've been at those kind of events like I mean both like local star parties and like open house kind of things at the for the astronomy club and public star party kind of more like public viewing night open house at the McDonald Observatory. And yeah, just talking to people, it's, you know, like some equipment is can be kind of overwhelming for people who aren't in the hobby or haven't gotten deep into the hobby. Um, and so having like a little telescope that's very consumer friendly definitely wouldn't be quite as overwhelming and kind of it can be the gateway for them kind of getting into the hobby. So I'm all for that. I'm definitely all for that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's a great way to get into astronomy. I would have loved to have something like this when I was younger. I would have loved to have something like this. And I show my kids this stuff too, like what comes out of that, and they think it's really cool. Um, but I also they're used to being dragged along to like, McDonald Observatory or the eclipse. So, um, Flame Nebula. I don't think that's visible. Flame nebula. 20, if it's, I always forget these. 2024. Yeah, it's above the horizon, but not visible. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. It's too low for me. It's obstructed, unfortunately. Flame nebula. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and it's like a good conversation starter because yeah. And plus I wouldn't be surprised if it's also like people aren't as worried about like breaking it. And I'm not, I mean, having seen that where, you know, trying to convince somebody to like look through an eyepiece on a bigger scope and they're like, "Oh, I don't you know, the people some people kind of hold back on that cuz they just don't want to do something wrong or something, even though you're just asking them to like look through an eyepiece." So I could see that where it's like, "Oh, just look at the phone. You can't." It's yeah, very approachable. Having a dig on Discord. Okay, what am I missing on Discord? Bortle. Yeah. 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 It's a photo of a Seestar during the day and the sky is about as bright as my sky is at night, which is kind of awkward. Um oh, that's cool. Yeah, set up the yeah, and especially for people who want to yeah, I could that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, and then you can see the colors. That's cool. Yeah, because especially if you don't know how to do kind of the technique of looking through an eyepiece at like nebula, faint nebula stuff, and even then you're not. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Nice. Oh. Good night, Joe V. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Good night. Um. And but yeah, that's cool. I need to go. I need to go to another one of those kind of public viewing nights. There's one, the Museum of Natural History has kind of an observing site near uh not that far from Houston. I should go to one of those. Just I mean they have a nice telescope there, so I should go and check it out. Yeah. 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 Well, yeah, and then there's that too where people with kind of like yeah, a smart telescope might be like, where's the eyepiece? That could be confusing. But there was what was it? There was it was Pegasus had this thing that I was kind of intrigued by, but the cost is way too much. Um, is it this one? Is it just me or is this shifting? Oh no, it's just because it's reloading up here. Yeah, this is turning out nicely. Of course, I feel like maybe the overlap wasn't enough. The overlap, I don't think it's enough. I mean, it does overlap a lot, but it's or a bit, but it's not 50%. It's definitely not 50%. Um, maybe because of field rotation. Yeah, Pegasus stuff is all pricey. Well, this one is particularly pricey, I thought, but it's this thing. It was a smart eyepiece where uh, it's kind of interesting. It's a CCD or CMOS sensor here, and it's got a small display in it. So you still look through it like an eyepiece, but it and it's not. So I guess it's kind of like, I guess it would be kind of like when people use like the night vision type eyepiece, like those kind of the ones that use that tech. I guess it's the similar idea. But yeah, I'm kind of I thought it was kind of interesting, and especially for like public viewing nights, that could be interesting. But the thing is, like, it's not cheap. um, but are these actual views from it? And how big of a scope would that be? Yeah. I mean, the one cool thing about this, I mean, there's a couple of things that are potentially cool. It gives you kind of that looking through the eyepiece experience, but it also makes it more vivid. Yeah, and I could definitely see it being useful for like public viewing nights. Um, and it doubles as an astro camera, producing fit files. Yeah, but what sensor is it on? It's an IMX 533, which is 8 megapixel. Um, yeah, but it's like over $1,000. Where was it? Is it this one? Uh, Actually, it was. It's the Smart Eye. So let's look it up at a high point. Um, Maybe they don't have it. Does a Gina Astro have it? Let me see. Yeah, $1,500. Yeah, I mean, I could, like I say, I could see it being helpful, like for public viewing nights. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it can work with alt as an equatorial, performs live stacking. Interesting. But yeah, yeah, that was like, I could see that being interesting for outreach type stuff. On a $15,000 Takahashi. Yeah, yeah, Takahashi. If I won the lottery, that might be something to pick up. Yeah, yeah. Hard pass on the Smart Eye. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm conflicted about it because like I could see where it could be interesting to people because they get that looking through the eyepiece experience, but then like just get an astro camera and then like a display, a bigger display and then multiple people. Because I remember going to some public viewing night and they had something like that set up. They had like an astro camera and they had it displaying to a bigger display, so you didn't even have to like get too close to the telescope. You could be sitting there and like or standing there and you see like what it's looking at. um but yeah, and for similar or less price. um yeah, yeah, and then yeah, it's like yeah, what was it? It was um what were some of the other ones? They were like $800 or something. Oops, did I type the wrong one? Yeah, like a player one, it's $750. Granted, that's the mono one. But yeah, 700 for the camera, SV Pony, $800, and I'm sure you can get that for cheaper. Wonder how much Amazon has it for $600, $660. A cooled version of it. And I don't think that Pegasus is cooled. I would be surprised if that was cooled. Yeah, because that would be a lot of tech to pack into. Well, it's got vent holes there, but is that just vent holes? Yeah, yeah, it's not. I'm sure it's not cooled. Not with that form factor and having to have a display as well. Yeah, yeah. So for less than half the price, you can get a cooled version of that. Um, an SV Bony version of that. Yeah, it's an expensive screen. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I say. Like, I mean, I I could see it. Yeah, somebody having it on their Takahashi that they take to public viewing nights, or maybe like a museum or something. I could see them having that on something on some telescope where they want to kind of give the experience of kind of peering through an eyepiece, but you know, but a more vivid experience. But yeah, but but yeah, yeah. I mean, you can you could get a you could get a TV, you could get a 4K TV and a Raspberry Pi and a cooled version of that camera and have it on a TV. But yeah, yeah. Wait, I mean, when I first saw it, because it was like announced at that astronomy conference in the spring, and I was like, oh, that looks cool. And I'm not criticizing the product. It's an interesting idea, and it's very novel, I think, in some ways, to actually put that tech in an eyepiece form factor. But yeah, the price. I mean, I'm not completely surprised, but it definitely seems a little bit niche. But yeah, smart telescope. Yeah. Um, let's go back to what are we doing here? Okay, the veil's coming along. I do. I have to say I do like having the two kind of adjacent to each other. Yeah. So these are just a few seconds off. Oh, did it finish? No. It glitches sometimes, and when it says idle, that usually means that's like not a real state in the Seestar. It's when the back end had a glitch talking to the Seestar itself. So it's 132 frames in, half an hour, and I had it set to 90 minutes, so it'll go up to 45 minutes. So it's 2/3 of the way done. It's very satisfying. That's the word of today. The word of the day is satisfying. Yeah. Is it just me or is it just refreshing weird? Yeah, yeah, no, it's fine. I thought something else was happening, but yeah, like these two stars are here, so there's not a ton of overlap, but yeah, it would be good enough. Like there's only a bit of a ragged border here. So, yeah, so that'll line up. I mean, it's better if you do if I had equatorial, but oh, oh, right, right. Actually, yeah, yeah. At that point, a Celestron origin becomes. I mean, yeah, like if you're when you're talking about that kind of money, a Celestron origin, get that. Yeah, I don't know. Have others seen much of have other people seen, like, people, are they in anybody's hands yet? I haven't looked. Or yeah. Like, are these shipping? Okay, they are shipping. I mean, imagine the images look pretty good because I mean it is a RASA telescope. Yeah, yeah. Probably the people who got early orders in. I mean, it could be. Oh, yeah. Funny enough, here's the veil. Carrizo Plain, New Mexico. I have a feeling the skies are probably dark there. Um, 2400 seconds, so it's probably a dark sky. Not Bortle 9. Actually, I wonder if anywhere in New Mexico is Bortle 9. I wouldn't be. Well, maybe Albuquerque. Maybe parts of Albuquerque. Actually, that would be funny. That would be awkward if it's not even that. Yeah, 6 times the price. And really, if you give it enough time, like you can get pretty good results. Okay, actually, Central Albuquerque's only Portal 7. Ah, as if only, if only. Yeah, yeah, Portal 7. What do you know? Santa Fe's Portal 5 in town. Uh, um, so Cosmic Ray, did you use the pre-made image that I had created, or did you just install it on your Pi? Because theoretically, I mean, either should work. Um, so yeah, let me try something. Check something here. Raspberry Pi. Let me see. Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi. Okay. Code image for my image. Okay. So this is quite a live stream. I have my Raspberry Pi right here that I'm not using tonight. So it's not plugged in. So I'm just putting the card in here. I'm only doing this because I kind of have to. Yeah, you should be able to SSH in. So what I did when I imaged mine, let me see if I can do that. Okay. So what I did when I imaged mine is I chose, so you have a Pi 4, which is what I've got. So I picked use custom image, and let me see, where is that image? Oh, that's not even the right place. Let me find the image. Projects. Oh shoot, wrong one. Dang it. Use custom. I have to like dig around for the image. Hold on a second. Give me a sec. Project. Astrophotography. RPI. Finally. Okay. So I grab, which image is it? So I think this is the latest one. No, that's not the latest one. Okay. So I grab the image and then I pick the reader and you go next. And then I pick edit settings. And that is where uh, that is where like, oops, like basically it's that screen when you go edit settings where you can specify your SSID, your password. Um, like I changed the host. You have to leave the username as Pi. Like that's a known problem where if you change the user to something besides Pi, it'll break the service. Unfortunately, anyway, and then if you go to services, you can go use password authentication on the next screen. But yeah, like you do that and then you hit save and then you go yes and go ahead and write it. And it's not the it is the light image. It's not the one that has the GUI on it. But it does have SSH. So if you set that up, and like what I did is I changed it to a custom uh, host name, and then whatever host name you put here, it's that .local. So you should be able to SSH to Pi at, like in my case, ssc.local, and then you can log in remotely. But in my experience, like if you just have one Seestar, and if the Seestar is already set up to in station mode, so it connects to your Wi-Fi, you should, if you set this up and set it to the same network, it should just work. It should come up. Now it takes a few minutes, but like less than 5. Like because it has to reboot a few times. Like it does the initial drive expansion where it kind of expands the drive to fit the whole SSD. But yeah, it should just did that. Oh, you can only get into via hardwire Ethernet. Like it should, if you enter the wireless here, it should connect to your Wi-Fi. And you have to make sure you have the right country specified for the wireless LAN, because otherwise, like if you have it set to the wrong country, the bands, it might not look on the bands where your access point is, but it should work. Now, do you have like, is the Raspberry Pi close to the access point? I mean, or do you have like a metal case? Because I know like this one's running just bare, but I have another somewhere around here. I have a metal case that has a heat sink and a fan on it, and that case it block the Wi-Fi isn't nearly as good with that thing. Should you get Wi-Fi? I mean, like theoretically it wouldn't matter. Like theoretically, if you have your Raspberry Pi plugged into the Ethernet and that Ethernet is also the same network as your wireless, it should still be able to talk to it. I mean, like this laptop here is actually plugged in to Ethernet into the same network that the Seestars are connected to, and it talks to it. It doesn't care. Okay, it's just a plastic case. But yeah, theoretically, if the Ethernet is on the same network as the wireless, it doesn't have to be wireless. Like the Raspberry Pi doesn't have to be wireless. Like I have mine set like just running wirelessly, but I think I have plugged it into the Ethernet and it was fine. But yeah. And if you just have one Seestar, like you should be able to use the default configuration. You shouldn't have to adjust anything. But that said, if there is an issue, if there's some kind of issue, I would, yeah, if you can SSH into it and look at the logs, that would be like we could see what's going on, because usually most of the time it's usually a fairly simple fix. Although theoretically it should just come up on its own, because that's what I did on mine. I mean, mine, I used the same image, burned it onto mine, connected to the network, and I didn't do anything else. I had to then upload a custom configuration so I could see both of my Seestars, but other than that, I didn't do anything. I'm not gonna write the image today, but I mean, that's another thing. Maybe that's what I need to go work on. Actually, let me make a note on that. Since I have made a lot of, since there have, not just me, but since there have been a lot of changes made to the Seestar ALP software, I need to create a new image. So let me make a note. And would you, one thing I've thought about doing is also creating like a second image that's that has the full PiOS on it, just because sometimes some things are easier with that. So let me make a note. Create another image, create update image, create full PiOS. Oh. Yeah. There isn't a command in the, I mean, are you able to bring up the web interface for the Seestar ALP? Let's see where this is. Oh, we're getting close to being done, I think. Well, time flies, because it was going to be 45 minutes. Now, if you want to do it manually and you install the full Bookworm OS, they're in the Seestar ALP. Let me go. If you go to the project and you go to the Raspberry Pi, there is there are instructions on installing it. Yeah, and so it has like even a curl command, and it'll theoretically it should bootstrap everything. And if there isn't, please let us know. Yeah. 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 The there were some issues. Well, and plus there's issues if you're running as Seiko found out, if you're running Astroberry, it has an older version of PiOS under the hood, and it has an older version of Python that is problematic with the software. So okay. Oh, okay. The GUI comes up, but then right. Yeah. Well, but like if the Pi, right. I mean, if you have the Pi, if the Pi can connect to the network, yeah. I mean, oh, it's a clean Bookworm OS. Yeah. If you, yeah. Yeah. I mean, one thing I've been wanting to do, and others we've talked about it, is is basically you install Raspberry Pi on the Raspberry Pi, and then the Raspberry Pi acts as an access point, and then you could have your Seestar connect to that. So that way you could theoretically be completely off grid, where you bring the Raspberry Pi running Seestar LP, it's acting as the hotspot for your Seestar, and then you could connect your phone to the same hotspot and manage it. Yeah, check to see if the Seestar's on the network. Yeah, because like at least the way I have mine set up, like it doesn't matter whether I'm plugged into the Ethernet or and sometimes yeah, like I wouldn't be able to connect directly to the Seestar because it's too far, but I can connect to the access point that it's connected to, and I can talk to it. Yeah, the Raspberry Pi Wi-Fi can be a bit finicky. I've certainly run into that, unfortunately. But yeah, this should be about done. Oh, it is done. See, this one already dropped out of stacking mode, and now it's in continuous exposure mode. All right, so that is done. Did our 45-minute, did an hour and a half mosaic in 45 minutes. I mean the Pi boot should boot up, and the web GUI should be available. No smart eye for me today. Okay, what else? What else today? Maybe I'll do 2 different targets. Actually, what I'll do is I'll go to the scheduler on both. No, you'll need a password. Like in that, like if you didn't change any settings, it should be the default password, which is just like what is it? Is it like Raspberry or something? BIOS, Pi, Raspberry. It's trying to be helpful and yeah, Raspberry. That's the default password. So you can change that in that when you go, when you're burning the image, you click that edit and where you can specify the user and password. You can change the password there, but if you don't, it should default to Raspberry. Very highly secure. So let me see what we can see. Let's see, Stellarium. And by the way, Cosmic Ray, I think you might have been one of the inspirations for me to actually go ahead and start working on the imaging stuff, which I had been wanting to do, but you were on some live stream and you were like talking about, yeah, seeing what was on the telescope, and so that actually prodded me in a way. So I've been meaning to mention that next time I saw you on stream. So let's see. That Mothra thing. Actually, no, I'm not going to do the Pi user has to be or the user has to be named Pi, but the host name can be named whatever. Um, like at least as far as the software is concerned. Yeah. Yeah. Cause you were like going images, images. And I'm like, I'd wanted to implement it. And so I kind of, it was after a live stream. I was just like, I need to do this because I mean, it was frustrating to me because I had the two telescopes and I could only view what was being photographed on one of them, what was imaged on one of them. And so, um, yeah, but it was yeah, STLS. You suggested that and I finally ended up looking at one of his streams. Um but yeah, cuz it was frustrating cuz like I could kind of look at stuff if I went and looked at the SMB drive, but there was no way to like visualize it and I'd wanted to implement it, but I hadn't kind of dug into it. And I guess it was finally that kind of pushed me over the edge where I was like, I need to just do this because it's frustrating to me and I'm not able to, like at one point I was able to get it work with the app, like a phone against one and then the iPad app against the other. But then the phone, for whatever reason, my phone app just, and I never ended up uninstalling and reinstalling it. I probably have to do that, but I couldn't get it to talk to the other Seestar for whatever reason. And so it was like, I need to just, start working on this. But yeah, so, um, so let me see what do we want to look at here? This is all. Let me shut off that. I don't think I'm going to do Pelican. Yeah, live coding and some astronomy. Yeah, I mean, hopefully, I'm trying to keep it more on the astronomy than the live coding. But yeah, Pelican Nebula. Oh, yes. Good point. I wanted to reinstall it, but that was before the 2.0 version came out. But now I can't because the 2.0 version came out and I don't want to go with that firmware. Yeah, so now it's too late. But yeah, Pelican Nebula. Let me see. Which NDC is that? Wait. Okay, I see. How high is that in the sky? I'll be able to image it for a little bit. So let's get that one going. Yeah. Yeah, next door to the North American Nebula. I'm not going to do a mosaic on this one just because I don't want to try to figure out. And what I need to do is I need to restart the app because otherwise it's going to, because now it's able to switch automatically from stacked view into continuous exposure mode. But the problem is it doesn't go back the other way. So the only way to fix that is to just, yeah. Well, I mean, at one point I was doing everything. I was doing a mixture of stuff because the Seestar ALP software wouldn't do the imaging, but now it does. And so like I haven't done anything through the app today. And I couldn't do stuff through the other Seestar anyway, but today I haven't done anything on like all the mosaic stuff and all that. It's all in the app now. And when I turned on the Seestars, I did the first thing I usually do is I do the startup sequence, and then like that kind of unparks it and kind of images it up, and then I set it up about an hour before the live stream to let it kind of adjust to the warm temperatures outside, and then I picked just before the live stream. I go into imaging. Well, not imaging. I do it through schedule, but I pick image and then I pick Vega, just because it's not too high but fairly high, fairly easy to find in the sky of my sky, and so just to try to get it to horizontally calibrate initially. And so I did that and then cleared that from the schedule and then just started plugging stuff in. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. One is low on memory. Let me see how low it is. I forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, I won't be able to do much with this one. It's down to half a gig. Oh boy. Yeah. You're running the latest. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm probably going to hold back on updating it. And see, that's the other reason why I wanted to get imaging in here, was so I could do everything I needed to do with the telescope and never have to update it again. Like I could uninstall the app now and I could do everything I needed. And then I wouldn't have to worry about it trying to update itself. But yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do breakfast. Now I'm hungry. Now thinking about food. So what was I gonna look up? I might not be able to do much with this one right now, but I can do. No, I'm not running the version 2. I'm still running the version 1 point something. There are other people who are running version 2, and it mostly works, I think, but there's a few quirks. I see 5070. I really should have cleared off the other telescope. So I'm gonna do this. How much time do I have on this one before it pivots out of the way? I could do it. I'm not going to do it a full hour, but I can do it half an hour at least. It'll be a good test. I'm going to do, or maybe I'll do 45 minutes. Why not? Use light pollution filter. Okay. I think that's all good. And I'll go ahead and start it. And then I'll go back to the status on here. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that the other one is running so low on space. I might find something. Mostly. I mean, I think I don't remember the exact problems people had. I think it's more there's been a change in behavior in the firmware itself, the Seestar firmware, where you go to a target and it immediately starts imaging, whereas I think that's the problem. And then there was some behavior related to behavior change related to autofocus and the light pollution filter, I thought, but I don't remember the specifics. It wasn't something that completely broke the software. So so at least there's that. Wow, look at how bad the balance is on this one. 3 degrees. Yikes. I did not even attempt to level that. And yet this one is less than a degree. Go figure. Okay, that can be turned off. Yeah, I mean, it's like I say, it as far as I know, it doesn't break it. Oh, the auto start imaging? Okay, well that's good to know. Is that like advanced settings or something? So I'm just waiting for this to run a little bit, because again, the problem is it doesn't go into imaging mode correctly. I mean stacked mode correctly, the live view. Let me see. Let me see. I might just go ahead and do some other target with this other one. Let's just run it out of space. Let's see. Okay, the Pelican will be good though. What would be interesting? Triangulum's not ready yet, not visible yet. Let's see. Do I want to try something down here? I mean, maybe I do point it at Andromeda, just like not as a mosaic, but just to try to. Yeah, I'll just do Andromeda over here. Why not? Um, balance sensor. No, it's like the level thing, the leveling. Um, yeah, no balanced budget here. um, okay. Oh, no, not a mosaic, just an image. M31. And not going to turn on light pollution. I'll try 1800. We'll see how. We'll let this thing run out of space. Use light pollution filter. Nope, nope. Okay, we'll start this one. And we'll start that one. And I'll let it think for a bit. Now this one should be stacking, so theoretically I should be able to look at the live view here and it shouldn't cause any problems. Yeah, cool. The Seestar app does. I don't know if the Seestar app shows the temperature. I don't think it does, but there is. I mean, there's two different temperatures. There's the battery temperature and the. I don't know where the sensor is specifically, but it's somewhere in the telescope. Um, and actually, like I kind of like this screen is repeatedly kind of querying the Seestar, but the Seestar itself actually sends temperature readings continuously, like every few seconds, over the connection. So maybe the app looks at it, like if it gets too warm, because I know there's issues with the battery charging or something. It does do something with it, because I remember when it was colder here, it actually the app actually, it didn't show the temperature, but it did, like there was something that changed to like blue, like on the battery, I guess because it was too cold to charge or something. But it doesn't actually show the number. But but it is doing something with the number. Has anyone done? Um, I know. I think. What do you call it? I think Wiley Site does that. I think he has a script that basically he copies everything off the Seestar to like a NAS. Space on Seestar. Yeah, I mean the uh the internal storage is running low on mine. Yeah, it stops charging. Temperature zero. No, probably not. Um, let me. Is this actually? Oh, hey, there it is. So you can start seeing some nebulosity here. 28 frames, no drop frames. That's unusual. Well, watch, I jinxed it. So let me go look at. Wait, is this? It is stacking. There is still space. And look, the balance sensor is even better now than it was. Go figure. Okay. 9 frames and 0 dropped. Yeah. So it is running. Let's see, this is taking a bit of time. Let me look at the back end here. That's Seestar A. Yeah, it claims data is on the way. Yeah. Yeah, there's the stack data. Yeah. But yeah, it's yeah, and there's a lot of things we can do that we couldn't do before. Now that this imaging mode is in place, um like because the Seestar is sending, well, it's sending stacked images. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Yeah, one thing we had talked about is trying to like live stack it ourselves based on stuff coming off the Seestar, but it either sends like a preview or a stack. But I wonder if you could change the preview, because I was able to change it from half a second to a second. I wonder if you can change it to like 10 seconds, the preview, and then have it just send you a continuous stream of 10-second frames, and then we just grab it and live stack it. Oh, that looks like the Andromeda core. So that's good. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I because my wireless is so abysmally slow. I actually don't copy data off it by wireless. I actually always plug a USB cable right into my laptop into the Seestar and copy stuff off that way. Um, every single time. That's how I do it. Just because my network's too slow otherwise. You have enough room for about 100 images. Yeah, that's good. That would be yeah, over 15 minutes. So that'll be good. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Wiley site. Um, yeah, dumps the photos from the Seestar, stacks them in serial, runs background extraction. So it's like really hands off. All all he all you have to do is like set up the schedule and kick it off, and then kick off the shell script or the PowerShell script. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I probably will do something like this, but I need to fix my network. I got closer. I actually used a punch down tool to get some of the wires into a punch down, not a punch down block, but it's a patch panel. Patch panel. Um, so yeah, these are updating 10, and this is 30. I'm just trying to see how often it's updating. Before it was like every 30 seconds. Yeah, maybe a little slower, but still. It's what? 50 frames, 0 dropped. See, this happened to me last night. I have no idea why. Like, I mean, I'm not complaining, but I had some session. Um, oh, and it shuts down the Seestar. That's pretty cool. What kind of juice do I drink to make me process? You don't want to know. I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Um, oh, that's cool. Makeup panels of the North American Nebula. But yeah, this happened to me last night where it it just was working and wasn't dropping. Uh, it wasn't failing frames, and for whatever reason, it's doing the same tonight or now. Yeah, both of these are just going. That's so weird. I don't know that I understand why it'll just suddenly uh, not not fail. Hmm. mean, I'll take it, but very interesting. Yeah, I know Wiley Site gets low failure, low failed frame numbers, but he also runs an EQ mode, so I'm just running alt azimuth, so very strange. But yeah. It ran the app. Yeah, I would probably explode at Portal 2. Yeah, I definitely get, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of going to a star party in New Mexico in October, and that's at a Portal 1 site, but I decided I wasn't going to, I don't think I'm going to do that one, but I am thinking of going out to um, this observatory out in West Texas, which is like Portal 2. So I'll get to see what happens to me when I go out there. It's been a while. Um, this one's getting a lot of. See, this is where having the tunable what do you call it? The tunable stretch would be good, because this is kind of, it's getting a lot of artifacts, but then again, it's only got 10 minutes of data, just over 10 minutes, 11 minutes. And this one's looking nice and smooth. Python coding at a Portal 2. Never know. Never know. Never know. Could happen. It just might happen. I might even live stream from a Portal 2. We'll see. Right. Right. Well, and plus the targets, well, especially right now, the satellites, there shouldn't be much in the way of visible satellites, because the satellites would be in Earth's shadow at this point. Yeah, M31 is very bright. Yeah, nicely bright. So yeah, that was a good. I'm glad I pointed it at that, because I was like, what could I point it at that will show something, or that I'm pretty sure will show something pretty quickly. I am looking forward to some of the winter targets. I am looking forward to doing the mosaic, and maybe doing the live mosaic of like M42, um, or of the Horsehead Nebula, but especially M42, like getting like Running Man and Nebula and M42, like doing a small mosaic. Let me see what that would look like. Like maybe in a month, 2 months, M42. Not quite 2 months. Not in my backyard. Yeah, and it's, I mean, maybe later in the evening. Oh wait. Oh yeah, November. Yeah, by November it'll be visible in my backyard around this time. So I'll be able to start doing that. But yeah, having like I mean, the mosaic would be rotated, so uh so I'd have to do, yeah, I don't know how that would work, if I would do it in declination, so like one frame would be here and one would be here, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it does the calculation. But it's still, it would be kind of cool. And maybe like later when it's um when it's in a better position. Yeah, yeah, when it's like more kind of when the alt azimuth is more aligned with the equatorial, when it's not like, yeah, rotated. But yeah, that'll be cool. Then I could do like a mosaic and of this. So in another, gosh, 2.5, 3 months, I guess. Depends on how late I'm up, I guess. Um, yeah, no, I, I, I know. I mean, it would be cool. I think, yeah. Whenever I've been to skies that dark, it was very disorienting visually because I couldn't find any constellations, or it took me a while. Yeah, yeah, 3 by 3. Astro. The problem is it's not trees, it's buildings. So I can't. It's buildings. So unfortunately, it's not no trees. Not for me, at least. They're not my problem. It's all buildings. What is that? Object of. I like that. Object of unknown nature. Oh, that sounds uh, both intriguing and ominous. um, because I didn't recognize the color, like the yellow circle. I'm like, what is that in Stellarium? It's like object of unknown nature. Anyway, but that's not till fall. Not till fall. Um, so I'm now looking at M31. So we're up to no dropped frames on either one. That's crazy. Yeah, I said, yeah, put it on a balloon. That would be interesting. I mean, the yeah, avoiding getting above all the, yeah, yep, yeah. I don't get it. I don't get why I've had no drop frames. Like that's so unusual. So unusual for me with in alt azimuth mode. Yeah. Weird. Man, that is some weird artifact. It's like swirling artifacts on this one. Oh, let me go. Let me go check and see what I'm doing on space here. Oh, 200 meg. I'm getting there. It's been going for it went from like 300 or 500 something, so it's down like 300 and 81 frames, so we'll probably do another maybe 50 frames or so. So it'll get past 20 minutes, 25 minutes maybe. Yeah, we'll see. We'll run it out of space. This one, on the other hand, is fine. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, I was thinking about so now that I've got the Seestar kind of the imaging working the way I wanted it to, I've been trying to figure out um uh, I have a few thoughts that I that I'm not going to describe today, but of how to set up the Seestar ALP software where either I thought about doing it directly with the telescope, but I've thought about instead having the Seestar ALP software on a remote computer and then have the front end talk to a remote back end. I haven't worked through all the details of it, but the other alternative is just to have the back end running in one place. Now, see, I think I would want to have the back end running remotely. And part of it I've wanted to do it just for a couple of projects I have in mind, where I would have one of my Seestars in one location and another in a different location, and then I could bring them both up on in one browser. But maybe I just run the whole thing remotely, and then I just would, since I have two different browsers up, I would have like one talking to the remote one. Yeah, maybe that would be the easiest. But doing something like that, then it would be possible to like, well, yeah, then it would be possible to, control someone else's Seestar or bring someone else's Seestar on stream. But yeah, I have a couple thoughts on how to support that, but using some VPN stuff, but I need to think about that because that would be cool. Then we could get some kind of like how Seiko had shared a live solar view, and I was able to bring it on stream that one day. Like I imagine if somebody had just like dropped in and saw like a live view of like the stars or the moon and then a live view of the sun during the day, like they'd be so confused. Like, what am I looking at? How is this possible? It's like, yeah. The I didn't look at enough of the STLS streams. I want to go back and look at some of his streams. I think I did look at one of the ones with Hyperstar. I mean, yeah, those Hyperstars are there's one other live stream I've viewed where, well, did he have a Hyperstar or a Rasa? Same idea, but it was, yeah, it's very impressive. 7-foot tripod. Well, that would be cool. But yeah, if the wind speed's low, that would be good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, because you've mentioned something before, and I was like, and like I say, it's one of those things where I want to do. I wanted to do something similar for with my two telescopes for a couple of specific projects, but being able to pull in something even more remote would be cool. Where were we? No dropped frames. That's nuts. On either one. Very interesting. Let me see. I need a bigger monitor here to have like everything that I'm trying to monitor at once, because like I was like I should look at Discord, but I'm not looking at Discord, and I'm trying to watch the stream chat. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and yeah, I mean, just like I brought on the solar, your telescope, your Seestar while it was doing solar work, or while the sun was up, and I had some night stuff up. I could do the other way around, where if you're pointing it at something in the night sky, because I've wanted to do a live stream during my day with my Seestar and with my solar telescope. I just need to figure out the best way to bring the solar telescope on stream at the it's an H alpha telescope. But I just have like a ZWO camera plugged into it. So for me to be up here, I don't have a way currently to control that telescope remotely. I control it by plugging my laptop right into it with a long USB cable, so I'm not frying in the sun. But yeah, and actually that's I've wanted to do that with I realized that I can just use my Raspberry Pi for that, and so, or at least I was going to try it. And so if I get that working, then I can do solar stuff during the day, but then I could also bring in some night sky goodness at the same time. And then again, if somebody stumbled across the stream, they'd be so confused, like, what? How are you doing that? Yeah, yeah. I need to do a chat. Okay, so this is updating. I just want to see what are the yeah, okay. Where's that one pointing? So B, yeah, they're both kind of pointing to the left in that image. Yeah, one thing I've been kind of having fun with that I enjoy watching is the time lapses for the all sky camera. I mean, a lot of the time lapses people post are, of the night sky, and you really can't see much on my all sky camera, like just a few stars. But the thing I like watching is the hold on, is the actual, is it this one? Yeah, this is one of them. This was one from a couple weeks ago, and I've been saving some of them because I just want to use them for other purposes. But like, the yeah. So once it got dark, just watching them, like tracking things and going to different targets. It's, I don't know. It's you don't see many stars, but you can it's kind of interesting watching it going to different targets. Oh, and there was like a plane that zipped through over here. Yeah, and then at the end you see it like park itself, and I hadn't turned the camera off, so you could see I had shut down both of the telescopes remotely. You got below horizon. What was your secret? So Wiley Sight has been, see, the problem is if you do equatorial mode, to image certain things, it's below the horizon, and the Seestar will refuse to do it. So currently imaging the helix. Like, what's your secret? Yeah. It's kind of crazy. No drop frames. How is this possible? Again, it was like, yeah, how is this possible? Oh, is this one out yet? So 134 frames. Let's see. Stats. Is that right? Oh, unless, I wonder. Well, that wouldn't explain this one. But I wonder. Let me look at the settings. Save subframes is off. The one on the right, when it got to a certain point, it just stopped saving the subframe. So the stack we're seeing is all in memory, I think. Yeah, it's just in memory. It's not saving any subframes anymore, which is fine. It's M31. So really I could keep imaging tonight. So that was interesting. It got down to 200 meg and then it stopped saving subframes. Very interesting. But yeah, it's still not dropping anything. And like these numbers add up, I think. 140. Yeah. Like that's so bizarre. But yeah, this one isn't saving subframes. So it won't run out of space. I can just keep it going. Yeah. Very interesting. Set the declination offset. Interesting. Lots of sunspots. Not visible here, but yeah, the other day I pointed my telescope at the sun and I was surprised at some of the sunspots. Yeah, the portal. Yeah. Oh, and look, you can start seeing it's like really starting to rotate now, the field. Like look at the artifacts here. That is pretty horrible. It's what's interesting with this stretch, it actually kind of looks like some kind of impressionist painting or something. Yeah, still going. Yeah. 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 I didn't plan on finding the limit on the Seestar, but yeah, it's good that it doesn't like fill up the drive and corrupt things. So yeah, it just oh, it finally dropped a frame. This one finally dropped a frame after 146 frames. Oh, now it dropped a second one. Interesting. Why did it drop two back to back? And which one is this one? So this is A, so it's this one over here. For some reason, it dropped two frames after going for so long without dropping a single frame. That's interesting. Well, I wonder if it was like a gust of wind or something else. But yeah, look at this. Look at these artifacts. This is just like when I said impressionist painting, almost worse than that. It almost looks like, when like on an artist's easel or not easel, on a palette where they kind of like are blending colors. Like that's what it kind of reminds me of. Like kind of like you're blending some colors to get some darker color. That's what it looks like to me. Oh, did this finally? Oh yeah, because I ran it for half an hour and it finished. Cool. But because it has subframes turned off, I can image something else. And this one, meanwhile, is continuing. And yet no drop frames. Like, that's crazy. So, well, that's cool. Did you set it? Do you set the declination offset in as a scheduled item, or are you doing it in as like a setting? I'm curious. Well, I imagine it wouldn't be a scheduled item. Yeah, 100 drop frames. Yeah, exactly. That would be pretty. But it finished. It ended up like basically only dropping two frames. Yeah. So that's cool. So I can go point this one at something else since I know it'll keep going even though it's running really low on space. Actually, let me look at what the space looks like here. Um what is the space like? 196. So yeah, I could take dozens of more photos without running out of before I'd run out of space. Let me look at this. 181 frames. How long did I run this schedule for? 27, so 45 minutes. And where are we at now? 38. 36. So about 8 more minutes. Oh, okay. Did it by Bruno. Another rejected frame in Mosaic. That's good. Or hopefully not a rejected panel. Okay, that's cool. Cool. Yeah. Whoa. Again, sometimes this failure is because of timeout, and a lot of that's a function of how slow my network is. So most people probably wouldn't run into these kind of timeouts. Yeah, 20 subs. Yeah. Yeah, so I should be able to let me get to it. Let me find some more things to image. Wait, helps if I'm pushing the right button. Okay. So we are actually triangulum's almost visible. I wonder if triangulum. Let's see. Starburst Galaxy. That ended up being more disappointing than I thought. And the Heart Nebula, I think, was kind of dim. And plus, I really should do a mosaic for that. Baby Nebula. Yeah, that's too big. I'd want to do a mosaic for that. Not that you push your space. Uh-huh. Yep. Sometimes I'm intrigued by some of these things. This 9th magnitude. How big is this? Oh, right, this one. If I recall correctly, this was a low surface brightness one. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll do the is it the deer lick? I'll do the deer lick again. That's what I was doing last night. 7331. How high is it in the sky? It's kind of high, but not too high. High in the sky. Actually, yeah. See, my dilemma is now this one has gone to continuous exposure mode, so I can't view anything until it's because of the problem where it won't switch back to and why isn't this coming up? Like, where'd the live view go? Oh, maybe it's just slow to update. Yeah, it says it's getting the images. It said it grabbed one, but then failed to send action. Oh, okay, and ended up disconnecting and reconnecting, re-requesting. Yeah, I mean, some of this is, what do you call it? Needs to be made a little bit more resilient, but it's getting there. It's weird. It hasn't loaded over here. Yeah, anyway, that's definitely an area where I need to make some improvements, or somebody needs to make some improvements. And yeah, SSC is not Space Shuttle Challenger, but simple Seestar controller. Yeah. Well, the good thing is it's still acquiring data. You know, maybe I'll stop it since this one is kind of, I mean, we were looking at it anyway. Let me stop this. And, okay, canceled. So let me go to the scheduler, go to the schedule, and because I have this problem where the live view goes from stack if you go in while it's stacking, it works. If you go in to other modes, it works. If you go into preview, it works. If it goes from stacking to preview, it's able to make that switch, but it won't make the switch from preview into stacking. Yeah, that was pretty impressive that it didn't fail. I don't know why, but that's okay. So I was gonna do on, maybe since I stopped this one, I'll do this one. I'll do this one on the Dear Luck group. 7331. Since this one can save subframes, and I'll do this one for 45 minutes. No light pollution filter. I'll submit that, and I will start that one. And we'll let it kind of find its way and start imaging. And I should see it somewhere up here. Or we should start seeing this one moving at some point. But meanwhile, let me figure out this one. What do I want to point it at? Okay. So I've got the Dear Luck group, which is Galaxy. Wait, am I on the right? Okay. Sometimes I in Stellarium I pause time and forget to unpause it, and so the time isn't right. So I just was double checking. I'm not going to do Stevens Quintet because that's kind of a small target or targets. What is this thing? Huh? Does this not have a marking? Random little nebula. Doesn't have any kind of label on it. Weird. Okay. So just shared an auto stretch of the North American nebula. Let me look. Oh, nice. Can I bring that on stream? You mind sharing that, Wiley site? And how much time was it per panel? I'm just kind of curious. Sure. So that is pretty impressive. So that's a 3x2 mosaic that Wiley site did. And he's in Bortle 9 as well. So that's very impressive. But like, how much data is it per panel? Yeah, I agree. That's like really nice. That is very impressive. Yeah. A little under an hour on each panel. That's not bad. That is really impressive. Yeah, it's very. Yeah, that is. Oh, and you haven't done the drizzle yet. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you get with that. But that is really nice. Nicely done. Nicely done. Golf clap. That's really nice. That is really nice. That is very, very nice. Yeah. So if you're watching, or if you're watching this live or after the fact, and you haven't joined the Discord server, that's you could have seen that image as it was posted. Let me see. Uh, is that right? Yeah, you can always join the Discord server. Yeah, it's really nice. No artifacts, very nice. Oh yeah, that's true. EQ mode. That that helps, I'm sure. Um, yeah, it's very nice. Okay, so what am I going to look at now? Wait, so this one should be stacking. So I just need to figure out something for this other one, which has no space, but enough space to, or little space. Maybe I'll do triangulum, although that's kind of low. Although I'm already doing a galaxy, so maybe not. Are any of these good? Actually, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. It's very nice. Few artifacts don't need massive overlap. Yeah. Um, oh, you notice it's not, that's part of the problem. Or I think the moon. Oh, Saturn is almost visible. Huh. Very interesting. I might have to point at Saturn in a little bit just because I can. M30, the jellyfish cluster. It's a globular. Do I want to do a globular? M72. I don't know. Do I want to try this? M30. Actually, let me do that because I'm way behind Wiley Site on getting through the Messier catalog. So let me do that. So I'm going to do an image of M30. I don't even know if it'll be visible because that this thing isn't necessarily 100% accurate, and that is, oh no, that's going to be about as low as other things. And so I will do this for 15 minutes and no light pollution, and I will submit this, and I'll go ahead and start this. All right, and I will go check the status on this. And now this one should start moving, and it's going to point completely the other direction. At some point. Any moment now. Let me see, what else? Let me check. Cool, okay. Sometimes it's a little delayed, the all sky camera. Well, I shouldn't call it an all sky camera because it's only a very small amount of sky camera, but that doesn't sound as interesting. Small amount of sky camera. Maybe that's what I'll call it. But it's all the sky I can see. So this is still doing auto go to. So I should be able to switch this one to live view without breaking anything. Did it? Okay. 36 again, no dropped frames. That is so weird. Okay, so that's running. This is stacking. I'm going to leave that one alone until it's stacked a bit. Okay, I'm looking at the logs. It says it's plate solving. The one on the right, it says is plate solving. Yeah, there's definitely some hot pixels or some kind of artifacts there. So Seestar, so that's, I mean, like, I always get these kind of, yeah, so many artifacts in my sky. So this is no drops. I'm gonna leave this for a bit, just because I don't want to risk going to it and the live view not working, or not getting the stack view correctly. Did I have something? Weird. Very weird. Anyway, let's see. How's this doing? Okay, so this did move. It's now pointing towards that cluster. I'm going to go ahead and try. I'm going to try going to the live view and hopefully it's not. Okay, good. Oh, and it's my faith in things has been reaffirmed. It has dropped more frames than it's taken. The one on the right. So it was can't go too long without dropping some frames. So maybe this one's making up for it. Let's see. Let's see the logs. Let's see what it's doing. So it did read the image. Yeah, and there's some other weirdness going on where it looks like it's grabbing an image and then yeah, nice. So this is working. It'll have gotten the image from the Seestar and it claims it sent it to the browser, but it won't show up immediately. Like there's some buffering or something going on. Cool. So this is working. It's offset a little bit, but at least it's there. So what is that star that is visible? Okay, that's 41 Cap. It's a double star. And this is the jellyfish cluster for some reason. It's called the jellyfish cluster. Yeah, this one's having a high drop frame rate, but maybe because it's low and there's like air currents around the buildings, convection, I don't know. And like, look, it's already got like so much stack artifacts along the side here. But I only did this one for 15 minutes, so this will be fine. And this one's, you can see a galaxy and a galaxy. There's a few galaxies, but I can only see 2 or 3 that are obviously galaxies. Which one are you running which one are you running right now? Stellarium. Yeah, okay. So there's a couple of NGC objects. So I think that's one of them. something in here is a galaxy. I've already taken some images of this, of the Deerlick group. I just am trying to get more data. So this is turning out okay. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And actually, that might be one of the first things to try, um, because with a remote Seestar, because Seiko's skies are much better. So that would be an interesting test. Because I'm curious how well this would work with because I get like these horrible gradients and stuff. So yeah. So this one's like a quarter of the frames are failing, but that's okay. I mean, it's a globular cluster. I don't need. I'm just trying to get some recognizable uh, image of all the Messier objects, and I can always go back and capture more. And I'm not planning on doing anything. Okay, 4 hours, 4 hours on the Helix Nebula. That's cool. Yeah, neighbor has a bright light on the porch that causes a gradient. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is, but I get it pretty consistently on um, not everything I image, but enough. And the problem is, yeah, there's so much. I'm probably a mile away. I'm like a mile or two away from a bunch of skyscrapers. I'm about a mile away from a college football stadium, and like 1,000 feet away is a major freeway that has a lot of these lights on it. And so I don't know if that's part of my. I mean, there's just so many sources of light that I don't even know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't get the same sky, but it would be interesting to compare some things. Although, no, that's a positive declination. I could probably find some targets that are far south for me that might be far north for you. Um, that could be. What's your Seiko? What's your latitude? So I wonder if I'm sure there's something. Maybe something near the celestial equator. Maybe. Yeah. Or a little south of the celestial equator. Yeah, so this is going. Oh, this did drop some frames, but still not bad compared to what I often get. This one is still kind of dropping, yeah, proportionately a lot more, but that's okay. What am I? What else could I look at? Um, yeah, I think once I get once I get kind of that, once I fix the code where it goes from live preview back into stacking mode in the live view, then I'll be able to just queue up a bunch of things and be able to monitor it as it kind of goes from target to target. That'll be cool. That will be cool. All right. What am I looking for here? I could point one of them at Triangulum. Oh no, that's right. I was going to try Saturn, which actually I haven't been able to test I haven't been able to test planetary mode yet, or I haven't tested planetary mode, so I could actually test that out once that's, yeah. So what else? Minus 25. Yeah. I don't need specifics. I was just looking for very general, high level. Um, but yeah, minus 25. I'm like plus 29. So if something near the celestial equator um, could, Omega Centauri, yeah, that would be cool. Um, I can't I can't easily image it here. It's theoretically something I could image, but it's so low. Oh yeah, and have I tried a dew shield? I have. Um, I need to start using it again. I didn't uh, put it on the telescope today. Yeah, that would be interesting. Maybe I should do that with if I do another veil mosaic where I have the two of them next to each other and maybe have one with the or I could put them at the same target and then have one with the dew dew shield and the other without. So I'm going to do Saturn and I'll do Triangulum. Although what is over here that might be worth looking at? Maybe the double cluster? I'll do a double cluster. Why not? And that's pretty bright. Yeah, that looks good. I'll do that one. So let's see. NGC 884. And I'm going to do Saturn and then maybe M33. But how can I, oops. I need to see how far. Okay. I want to try to pick a point in between the two. Although I guess if yeah, no, I'll pick one of these stars. And then I'll then I'll be sure that the cluster will be, or both clusters will be in the frame. So let me write that down. Do 2 hours, 21 minutes, 0.65 seconds, plus 97 degrees, 9 minutes, 19.5 seconds. Okay. So I'll do that. I'll do that next-ish. And this one is almost done. This one should be done imminently. How much longer does this one go? Still not a bad drop ratio, only like 3%. I did that for 45 minutes, so this is going to be going for a while. That's fine. That's fine. I'll just deal with it. This should be ending any second now. Yep. As it sure enough. So that is done. So what do I want to try next? I wonder if I want to, let me try Saturn. See if Saturn's visible. Let me see. Or is it too low? I don't know. I haven't tried doing doing it this way. How would I go to that target? We don't have a go to. Do we? You know what I can do? Well, I don't even know if this will work. So let me see. Saturn. I haven't tried doing a, nope. I haven't tried doing this in, I'm going to move this off screen so I can enter the coordinates. We definitely need to add that functionality, or somebody needs to add it. 14 minutes, 34.96 seconds. And the declination is -7 degrees, 14 minutes, 10.2 seconds. And I'm putting it in exposure time, but then I'm gonna stop it once it's gotten to the target. Okay, just gonna go. I'll go ahead and start that. And actually, I can switch to the live view, and it should show it kind of tracking to the target, to Saturn namely. Okay. Plate solve. Go to operation succeeded. Oh, it's starting to stack. Is that Saturn? Might be. Let me switch to planet mode. Let's see how this works. Okay. Started streaming thread. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look. I mean, there you go. It's Saturn. Oh, what do you know? I mean, unfortunately, we can't adjust exposures, but oops. Just doing another screenshot. But see, you can see it. Let me see. Oh, is that Omega Centauri? And was that with Seiko? Was that with your Seestar? Can I share that on stream? I always like getting permission. I don't want to just. Yeah. So this is Omega Centauri taken with a Seestar. That is a very nice globular cluster. I mean, it is like the best one. So I believe it's the biggest, brightest one. Just not so visible in the around here. That is nice. Yeah, I've seen some photos of it. I still think I need to one of these days. Oh yeah, Portal 2. Well, that's cool. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I theoretically it's visible from where I live, but it would be kind of a stretch. But yeah, here's Saturn. And you can kind of see, is it, yeah, see it's like it's updating real time, so you can kind of see, you can see it kind of shimmering a bit. But yeah, Saturn. There you go. Not getting a whole lot of detail, but at least you can tell it's Saturn with the rings. Um, so let's see what else. So I got Saturn, and now I was gonna do that double cluster. I think I'll do that double cluster because let me stop this. Yeah, so working planet. So that's good. Planet mode works. It's just we can't look up planets. We have to yeah. Yeah, I mean Pluto should be doable. Like Pluto is 14th magnitude or so. And I've taken some photos in the direction of Pluto, but I haven't gone through the images to see that I actually got it. Because the problem is where, at least we're in my backyard, where Pluto is in the skies and kind of that canyon between buildings. So I can't image it for too long before it kind of gets blocked again. So, but yeah, I've been able to get 17th magnitude, 18th magnitude, I think. That might be the limit, but it took hours of data to get to that point because there's so much background noise. So yeah, it's not ideal. But okay, so I'm going to image this and I'm just going to call it double cluster. And I have to enter the coordinates because I want to make sure I pick the midpoint of the cluster. 2 hours, because if I just type in the NGC number, I will not get the midpoint. So seconds, and declination is plus 57 degrees, 9 minutes, 19.5 seconds, J2000. And I'll do 15 minutes of that. Let me double check my coordinates. 9 minutes, 19.5 seconds. 2 hour. Okay, got it. Submit. Oh. No, it's fine. No, it's not fine. Darn it. I'm going to have to restart this because, or do I? Let me look at what the back end is doing. Actually, maybe that's what I need to do going forward. I switched this one over to planetary mode, and that might have switched it. Yeah, because looking at the logs, it's no longer getting data from this telescope. So yeah, maybe I don't have to restart it. So let me try that. Let's try that. I mean, it's not a fix, but at least I might not have to restart it. So I'll start this, and then I'm going to go look at the stats so I can see what it's doing. It's going auto go to in star mode. It should be this one moving again, and it's going to point to the left. So, yeah, so that's interesting. And maybe that'll be, maybe that's how I fix it. I basically have to do that, whatever it does when it goes. Let me make a note of that. I'm not going to live code that, but switching to streaming mode shuts off star mode thing from star from preview to stacking. The problem is I won't be able to test this until the next time it's dark sky here, but Yeah, so it's continuous exposure mode. What is this one saying? So it says continuous exposure. It should start showing stacking if it succeeded. Oh, there we go. Double cluster. Receive parameters. Scheduler thread. Wait, what? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused here for a second. Why is it, I thought it was already going to the target. Did it fail? Okay, that was Saturn. I guess it hadn't gone to the target? It says auto go to complete. Auto go to complete. And that's for Seestar A. But then, that's so bizarre. Oh, send socket. Maybe there was some kind of issue with the connectivity and so it redid it. Very strange. Stacking operation finished Saturn. Oh. You know what? There was still a schedule. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. But it wouldn't have added to a schedule. I don't know. I'm getting confused. I mean, you can't add a new item to a schedule, and it had pointed it at Saturn, so why is it saying that it finished Saturn? It's very strange. Okay, anyway. Okay. Let's move this over here. Yeah, it's not pointing the right direction. And it needs to switch to... Is this changing direction? 343 degrees. Anyway, so maybe on the live view have a collapsible panel where you can tell it to go with Sinbad integration. On the live view, yeah, actually. Actually, let me... Why isn't it... Why does it still say continuous exposure in star mode? Is it not recording? Anyway, let me go GitHub. Wrong browser, GitHub. And we'll call it live view enhancements. I'm just going to throw a few things in here. Collapsible panel with Sinbad lookup and go to functionality. Go to planet functionality. Yeah, I'll keep that there for a second. Why isn't it? Did it fail on finding? Where's telescope B or telescope A? Auto go to complete. Auto go to complete. I don't see it actually starting to do anything. This one. And it's... Or is it refusing to record because it's so low on space now? How could I force it to record? I could always do it in would Bruno do it? See, this is one thing. Actually, let me make a note of that. Make a note of that. Button. Push to record. Push to stack. Yeah. Let's see. What else? Why isn't it? So let me see if I can fire this up in Bruno, if I can manually tell it to start recording. Is there a command to just start imaging? I mean, to like force. Is it start exposure? I'll try that. So this is what I'm doing to myself here. And it's telescope A. So let's go look at telescope A. Maybe it finally crossed a threshold and it's refusing. So device A. Is this gonna work? Capture is active. Error, capture is active. Okay. That's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Capture is active. I wonder if it's, I do wonder if it's something related to it being very low on disk space. That's too bad because I wanted to take a photo of this double cluster. After all that, just kind of disappointing. Hold on, I'm checking something on Bruno here. Okay. Okay. What is that right? Save device. Okay, I'm gonna try. Yeah, it's strange because I tried running both. I tried running the same command in Bruno manually against the other telescope, and it's giving me the same error that capture is active, but it's clearly not capturing. But maybe it's because it finally ran so low on space. But that's okay. We can see the double cluster because it's bright enough in live view mode. So 4:18, just waiting for it to update again. Yeah, so it's like 9 seconds. Every 9 seconds it's updating. So yeah, that's kind of a disappointment. Next time I need to be better prepared and make sure both Seestars have plenty of space. And fix my dang network. Okay. Seestar trying to conflict in data from Seestar versus Alp. I don't know. I mean, because the Seestar isn't saying. Yeah, I think it's just because it find action capture target. Let me look. Oh, okay. Right, right. Maybe start exposure isn't the right one. So capture target. Um, High scope, that's not that. Schedule mosaic. Where is capture target in here? Um, capture target. Capture target. Back to this. Um, okay. Let me change that to 900, and I'm going to call this double cluster. And I forgot how painful this was. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind, but I got there. Okay, device 2. Wait, it's not device 2. It's device 1. Okay. Let me try to run that. Let's see if it'll do what I want it to do. And actually what I need to do is maybe I try switching to planetary mode again just to get it to stop running this. Okay, cool. So that was what I wanted to do, and then I'll stop this. Okay. Okay, so basically I was trying to force it to stop imaging. And oh, maximum. Reach connection limit. Did this finally end? Weird. Anyway, so I'm just gonna go, since these are both done, I'm just gonna go and restart it. Nice. Below horizon smoothly 286.3 failed. Very nice. Wait. Oh. Stats. Stats. Okay. So this one has almost no storage, and so I'm gonna stop it and restart it. And we'll see if this one. Okay. Okay, great. So now let's see if this one will actually, if I can actually image this one. Okay, it claims auto go to, it shouldn't have gone to anything. Okay. Continuous exposure. That's what it was doing before. I wonder if this is just, I wonder if it's just because it's out of space. That's fine. We got Saturn, trying to get this double cluster. Maybe I'll do it in this one. Let me do it in this one. Schedule. Wait, what did I just do? I clicked the wrong one. Schedule. I want to go image. I'm going to call this double cluster. And 2 hours, 21 minutes, 0.65 seconds. And declination plus 57. degrees, 9 minutes, 19.5 seconds. J2000, I'll do 15 minutes and go and start. And then I'm going to go look at stats. And once it starts imaging, so now I'm having this one point to the same target that this one is attempting to point at, but this one can't do anything. So let me go. I think this one will go schedule. I'm going to stop this one because it's not doing anything. And I'll clear this one. And I will go to, I'm just going to go back to Saturn just so it's something on the screen. And 23 hours, 14 minutes, 34.67 seconds. And minus 7 degrees, 14 minutes, 12.1 seconds. There, and I'm just going to do, it won't work anyway because but at least it'll go to the target and then it won't be able to image because it has no space, I think. I'm convinced that's the issue. So we will go look at stats. This claims it's stacking. So let me go look at the logs. A is doing a go to. %1 failure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can copy it over the network and it's slow. And mine it's particularly slow, so I wouldn't even attempt it because we'd be here all week waiting for it to finish. I've tried. I've made the mistake of trying to copy it, and it wasn't. It had a fairly good signal at that time, and that's I think I did it once. It wasn't even when it was like in the backyard. It was in the house, and it wasn't that far from the access point. And I tried it once, and I'm like, I went back to just plugging it in directly. Okay, auto go to successful. So I'm going to switch this one to live view, and I'm going to switch it to planet mode. And if all goes well, Saturn will be back. Oh yeah. See, it ended up pulling a star mode version of it briefly, which is why it's a little overexposed, but now it's not. And so we can admire a very tiny Saturn on the screen. Okay, so this one should be working. So let me go look at this one in live view. And if all goes well, this should work. I want to check this computer here. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Cool. So this one, and another thing, let me add that to the issue, is wrong window. Let me switch this one. What do you call it? Live, progress indicator when receiving images from telescope. So kind of like how it has a progress indicator in the app, something like that, but in the web interface. Oh, nice. So that worked. 17 frames. Cool. Yeah, I think I picked like this star as the target because I wanted to make sure both were in the frame. Both of the clusters. Yeah. That is Good night, Dark Shades. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Um, have a good evening. I'm probably going to be. I probably might wrap. I might wrap it up before too long. I didn't get up super early, but I didn't get up particularly late either. So, um, I might. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Yeah. Then again, if I have several evenings without any observing, I'm actually, one thing I need to check. Earlier, I was looking at Messier objects. So let me see. Work phone on a Saturday morning. That sucks. Yeah, I didn't have that this morning, luckily. Although I've had plenty of that over the years. I certainly have. Basically, it was, you know, definitely have been there quite a bit. So what I wanted to do is see what other Messier objects I can see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean if your network, if you have a solid network connection, um and really that's once I redo the network, I'm going to try doing it now, or try doing it going forward, because even if it is slower, but still but if it's fast enough, it would be worth me kind of, in the name of automating things, I could kick it off, kind of like how Wiley Site does stuff. Um, but yeah, one thing I was hoping, I mean, if you like there's people who jailbreak their Seestars, and I'm sure if you did that, you could do this thing I was thinking of, but I tried and it didn't work. I plugged a USB-C Ethernet adapter in the Seestar, just hoping that maybe they had the driver built in, but they didn't, unfortunately. Yeah, when you're in infrastructure IT, yeah, the issue I had was I wasn't infrastructure, but I was in a software engineering role where I had to work with IT infrastructure people, and basically our the only time we could change things uh, or do certain tasks on the network and on the servers was between like Friday evening and like Sunday midday. And so really a lot of things we'd end up doing things at like 8 in the morning on Saturday all the time, because that it ended up being the best time, and so people could like do other things on Saturday. We'd end up doing it early. That was yeah. It I did it for more years than I care to admit. It was a long time. Okay, M76. I've done M76. Um, M34. Have I done M34? And have I done M52? Actually, I have a list of all the Messier objects I've done. I've imaged. No, where is that? Where did I put that? Is it there? Yeah. Okay, cool. I found it. M52. I have imaged M52. And have I done M34? I have done M34, so I don't know that there's anything. M103. Have I done M103? I have done M103. So there's nothing. M39? I've done M39. So nothing new in any of these. Oh well. I was hoping, well, maybe there's some other Messier object I haven't imaged yet. Yeah. 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 I mean, the people I was working with were in the East Coast. Yeah. Observation log. Yeah. That's I should do that. I'm not going to put it in that one issue, but I'll make a note of it because that's a good. It's come up in the past where I was like, actually, let me go ahead and save this. Add observation log. It would be nice to more to store one's targets somehow in a more persistent manner. Anyway, 108 of the 110 Messier objects. Yeah, I'm not at that level. I mean, I think I've gotten over half of them, but not that many of them. Not as many. We still have Saturn here. And this one, I think I did 15 minutes on this, so this should be done soonish. Last two will come the fall once Orion's visible. Yeah, that's cool. You're almost there. You're almost there. So close. What else? Is there anything else I want to image? I decided no Messier objects. There's a bunch of things over here, but that would require some of them I want to do. Yeah. Want to try to do all 110 in one night. That would be cool. Yeah, a Messier marathon. This one caught my eye. The Patrick Starfish cluster. That's the names. Perseus lenticular galaxy. How big is that? Most of the galaxies are kind of too small, but I still check just in case. That one's not too bad. Not super tiny, but I'll skip that one. I was just curious. Dang it. I hate it when I end up bringing up the dock on the wrong display. Actually, what I need to do is I have to shrink it so that way when I go down here, I don't accidentally activate my dock. Yeah, I don't know, because like there's a few of these targets I want to image, but they're like the nebulas, but I want to do mosaics of them, and I'm not going to kick off a mosaic at this point. Yeah, I don't feel like triangulum. Nothing's like grabbing me at this point that I want to kick off at this hour. Fuzzy what? Fuzzy wuzzy? Fuzzy butterfly cluster. Okay. Huh. Let me see. What is this one? Oh, that's a little faint. 13th magnitude for a nebula. What's this? It's a planetary nebula. Bow tie nebula. Let's see what's down here. Actually, let me see if there's anything down here that I'm otherwise missing. What is this one? Question mark nebula. If I recall correctly, that's another one. Actually, just before I forget, since it is a little later and there's some galaxies that are starting to be visible, let me see. Supernova. Latest supernova. Let me look up. I'm just curious if any of these. A lot of them were visible more in the kind of to the west after sunset. So I don't think a lot of them are visible at this point. But you never know. You never know until you try. So I'm going to pick NGC 4699. Oh. No, that one's not visible. And then NGC 3706. Nope. NGC 6221. I really wasn't expecting any of these to be visible, but nope. Wait, which one did I do? 6221. Yep. Nope, that doesn't work. So NGC 3936. Nope. NGC 3524. Almost, but nope. NGC 3621. And nope. And I'm going to look at just a couple more. Oh. Yeah, they're like some of them they may have set earlier in the evening. Oh. Oh. This one might be visible. Of course, how small is it? It might be too faint. What is this? Assassin? Is that the name of it? Assassin 24EI? EI. It was an automated sky survey. Yeah. I'm just curious. I'm just going to see what NGC 605. Is this done? This is done. So got that done. Right. Yeah, if you activate. Actually, I do have it turned on. I often turn it off. Although I often turn it off just like on my Mac at sometimes, but so let me see. DSS. Okay. How big is that galaxy? Oh. Problem is this is so small. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the problem is like the one supernova I took an image of, the galaxy was big enough that you could distinguish the supernova on the disk, but this one's so small. I don't think that's going to work. So I'm not going to do that one. So let's see. So the cluster is done. Saturn is still there. What else? Yeah, maybe I'll just point at M33 for now. And actually what I'm going to do is I'll go to the stats. Actually, no, we determined that if I switch to one of the live streaming modes and then I switch off of it, it should stop this whoa. What were all these errors? Reach connection limit? Oopsie. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So this is the scenery mode. It's interesting in scenery mode you can actually see stars. So I'm going to shut that off. Okay. All right, so let us go to schedule, clear image, M33, and I'll do half an hour. Yeah, I'll do half an hour. I'm not doing any more than that. Actually, when is the moon coming up? Oh, it's still a ways away. Well, I shouldn't say a ways away, but it's yeah, not for another. It won't appear from behind the buildings for another hour or 45 minutes. So I'm not going to do it full half hour. I'll do it 20 minutes and submit. And I've already gotten a lot of data on M33, but I figure more probably is good. And yeah. Yeah, so the live view is working pretty reasonably well, I think. Definitely need to do some fixes for it, but yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, DSOTA. Yeah, and when I took photos of Jupiter with the Seestar, I was able to get I could see some of the moons of Jupiter, like some faint, well, not fainter ones, but I mean, you can see it if you like mess with the exposure, but sometimes it was kind of getting washed out. So when I went with a star exposure, I was able to see them more clearly. Yeah, so it's funny. It's hard to tell if this is actually it is drifting around a bit, but it is a live view, so it is like you can kind of tell it's kind of oscillating a little bit. Let me look at the logs to see if anything's going. Seestar B plate solving succeeded. So yeah, yeah, I'm not going to probably be able to do any live streams for a few days, but let me check. Yeah, see, it looks like it's going to be good in the morning. Oh yeah, there's a lot of sunspots. yeah, and then might be something Monday, but that's a little iffy. And then, yeah, maybe next weekend. We'll see. But, um, let me look at the logs. Is there anything here? Dare I go to live view? I dare. Did I pick it? Oh, yeah. It's already gotten 8 frames. I'm always afraid that it's like still like if it's having a real high reject rate that it hasn't actually started stacking. Um, but it actually has. So that's good. But yeah, let me check something else here. All right. This is taking a while. Seestar B, it did get an image. So I feel like sometimes it gets the image and then it doesn't immediately show up. So I need to look at that some more. Okay. So we've got a little bit of the trapezium galaxy here. Yeah, I'm probably going to let this go for a bit, but given that I'm down to one Seestar for astrophotography, I mean, I am getting a moon here. I mean, I do have Saturn here, and it is kind of, again, it's hard to tell, but it is kind of oscillating there. But yeah, I think I might leave it at that. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Hope you kind of hope you found this interesting and the progress that's been made on the Seestar ALP software. And yeah, if you have other suggestions, feel free to make a comment, join the Discord server, or whatever. It's late, and I think my brain is already shutting down. So yeah, and I promised at some point I was going to have, or I promised last time that I was going to, well, not promised. I suggested last time that I was going to have a list of contributors on the stream, but I have yet to do that. But for those who have joined the become channel members, I appreciate it. And yeah, doing astronomy from your computer is especially over many years of doing it from outside in Houston and being bitten by so many mosquitoes over the years. I really like, and especially given that it's how, it's still in the 80s outside here. I like being able to sit in an air conditioned room and do this. But thanks for coming along for the night, for the journey, and appreciate it. And I will see you all in. Wait, yeah, okay. I will see you all in the next video. Thanks for joining.